For the land acknowledgement, both Whippy Valley Conservation Authority is charged by the town with the management of natural hazards and resource management in watersheds and people of rivers and area community development. NBCA's jurisdiction includes land subject to treaties with indigenous people. Treaty 27, Williams Treaty, and the Crawford Purchase of 1743. Our jurisdiction is also the traditional and unceded territory that are common on by people. We offer our gratitude to First Peoples for their caring teachings about our earth and relations, and as we live together along the path of reconciliation, we learn and once again find institutions to bring them into the work that we bring to them this year. Okay. It's a good time. So I am going to talk about the background of why we're here today. Why did we organize this mini conference? And so I always like to start with something inspiration to sort of motivate us and put us in the mood for what we're trying to achieve here today. And so I'm going to read to you this quote from Henry David Thoreau. You can never have enough at times. We must be refreshed by the sight of inexhaustible vigor, vast and titanic regions, the sea coast with its wrecks, the wilderness with its living minutes between the thundercloud, and the rain which lasts 3 weeks, these for shelter. We need to witness our own limits transparent in some life classroom freely, where we never land. And so much of what many of us in the room are tasked with in some shape or form is to help us to collectively realize these things. So what the specific objectives for today are, though, for us to share in this work that we're doing and understand what baseline conditions are within our jurisdiction. For our jurisdiction, I mean, a map on the wall over there, and Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority jurisdiction is approximately 4,100 square kilometers, right? And lies there is the only 3 counties, they split as a city of Valley. For us to talk about the work that we're doing, and by that I mean all of us in the room and the lessons learned, some of our future plans. And in so doing, hopefully, to start to identify opportunities, perhaps for continued or new collaboration. So why this meeting now? Well, as most of you are familiar with, CAs have had several legislative and regulatory changes in the past few years, and our mandate has shifted. There were 2 key things in the regulations that came out in 2029 that really helped to inform and direct where CAs should be focusing on. So the first is that it's very clear that we need to be considering protecting, rehabilitate, establish, manage, natural heritage resources located within lands and this would be across the jurisdiction. Now it's specified to the lands. Secondly, it says then how we manage those lands. We are to assess how those lands owned and controlled by the authority integrate with other municipally owned land or other publicly accessible lands within the authority's area of jurisdiction. That's why all of you are in Europe. It's because we had to develop what we call the land conservation resource act. With all the work that we did in the past and we took ones that have been long to help us formulate our plans in the work that we're going to do on our properties, we had to first understand what we were doing on your lands to the best of our ability to help us strategize where we want to go. So one of the policies that emanated from that and articulated in the land conservation research strategy is that NBCA facilitate interagency planning and conservation activities in the watershed, and then we have a target for planning. So that is why we're meeting her today, is because we're trying to fulfill the direction that we have pivoted planning and conservation Parklands. So that's a term created. It's a new term to add to the notebook of all the different terms we have in my ledger, because it captures not just conservation areas, but other types of properties that we want to do. it's organizations and potentially other parklands that are privately operated. But with the provision that the target is really looking at areas that are publicly accessible, that somebody can go for a day and enjoy a walk at a green concept. So the first step in this process of facilities is to share information. So thank you everybody for being here today and to those who are here in our class. So what I'm going to be speaking about in the next or so is planning at the intersection. That we have a conservation mandate, maybe have a conservation or not passive recreation kind of mandate. And then amongst ourselves and others in the private have accepted that the need to optimize and restore sites where we are very related to objectives of conservation and recreation. That's what I'm going to be speaking about. So, as we're all familiar with, this region has been kind of going significant way. It has put pressure on existing facilities. We're seeing that the grazing intensity reduced by people. This is just a prototype method of Colorado clusters. And then, of course, there are questions and impacts resources in this area. And this is an area to study logistics that is country. So I'm going to spoke from this because this is actually where I started my career. I started as an assistant planner in the planning department at Cleveland Township pre-amalgamation. And it's also where my grandmother was from. So it sort of has professional as well as personal interest to me, and it's something I've tracked over time because I've lived there and I've seen it evolve, and I also know the history of it through family. So the little red dot is where I live today. And you can see back in, pre-WW1, that this was largely farmland or undeveloped land that was owned primarily by farming. And today, it's one of the largest suburbs of Ottawa, the area of Stittsville, Canada. And so much of that growth has happened in the past 10 years. This is, for those of you who can't read the bottom there, very first column says 1960 or before. So as the date of this slide, which was sometime mid-2023, 265 homes in Stittsville had been built prior to 1960. And one of the biggest homes was mine, age 59. So when I moved there in the 1990s, there wasn't a whole lot of housing left. Like you can see by the column 1991 to 2000, and let me see if I can print this out here. This one here. Are people able to see that? Yeah. Okay. There was a lot of growth. And then it's tapered off, but then in the last 10 years, it's just skyrocketed, as has Vermont, as has Dalton Place, as have other areas in the district of Ottawa. So the growth of this area has been significant. And consequently, you've seen a diminishment of remnant forest yards. So this slide's a bit dated. I did this a few years ago, but you can see where the forest on the left in 1976. What I find fascinating here as a living learner by profession was you can see this development, the road network on the left here in 1976. That subdivision was actually built out for 20 years when I moved there. And I imagine it was done in part because shortly after 1976, they brought in water and sewer. So the developer probably already had land, was planning with people, and therefore permission from the township to put in proactively the water and sewer lines so that they could be hooked up when water and sewer plants them. The reason why I think this is really important to understand is that that's the timelines we're talking about. 20 years, what we plan today may not happen and be realized for another 20 years. And things are being approved today that you look at the landscape and you think, oh, that will be there for forever. Oh no, there may already be land use approvals on it, and it's gone. So we cannot assume that what you see on the land today will be there forever. And also the pace of trees that you can see that all the yellow trees on the right There'll be bush to see, unless you're colorblind. Anybody colorblind in the audience? Okay, good. So, those trees are no longer there. And in fact, some of the ones that I had from remaining this week are no longer there because it's almost 10 years on from there. And some of those properties have not since been developed. So, carrying on, not all forestry is development, though. We have a long history of logging in Eastern Ontario, and there's a tremendous document, if you're ever interested, is RBCA in partnership with University of Natural Resources and this proposed histories in Ontario. And this is an excerpt from it, and I enjoyed this excerpt because it's sort of both optimistic but also telling. So by the 1880s, only 20 to 30% of Eastern Ontario is covered in forests. Rapid exploitation of the forest resulted in soil erosion, reduced water quality, and reduction in the amount of water. And in fact, that was being seen across southern Ontario, and is the reason in part why conservation authorities were created, because people were very concerned about the loss of natural resources and the consequent impacts on literally their ability to create food and access water and the like. It didn't actually happen until after World War II because you had the war. So, but by the 1930s, there was an absolute conservation movement in place in Ontario because this was a recognized movement. Now, when this document was created in the 1990s, they went on to say that there has been a small recovery in the amount of forested land due to natural regeneration and government intervention. As a result, the forest covered in Eastern Ontario, as of that date, was estimated at about 38%, a level of which could remain stable into the next century. So I'm just going to show you then where we are today in this watershed. So this was done for as a backgrounder when you were working on a watershed plan, and you can see on the Cambrian rock, there still is a lot of forest, and there's a good amount of interior. I mean, there's a density and distance of the forest that certain species who only inhabit an interior forest have some habitat. But as you reach down the watershed, and once you get in off the shield, then you're seeing a lot more agriculture. So they removed the trees, and guess what? The agriculture took. In the upper areas of the watershed, they did clear the trees both for logging and for farming, but it didn't work. So it wasn't sustainable in those areas that regenerated. But definitely when you get to the lower watershed of Mississippi, and then because this was done for that watershed plan, you don't see the details for the city of Ottawa, but suffice to say it's even less in the city of Ottawa. So this drawing here shows an overlap of the lands that we collectively own and make available to the public for parkland available use. And you can see where those remnant areas of poor natural areas were found. So we have done a fairly good job over the years of securing some parcels, and this drawing shows you where continued opportunities and a desire to maintain some of what remains today. So this is where we say there's demand for additional passive recreation, because it's from the survey we did. And this is based upon a tool that Alex, who just joined us, prepared, and it's based upon what this takes to go. So we looked at Stittsville, anywhere you see an arrow, Stittsville, Empire, Melmont, Pakenham, Falls, Parish, and beyond, how far a person could get in their car in half an hour, and so on. Because there's a clear desire by people to have a relatively easy access to parklands or hiking area. And so what we're seeing here is the back and forth, toggle between, well, where there's greatest demand, there in fact is the least amount of resources. So everything you see in the lower Mississippi and in the city of Ottawa is the last, but it's under the greatest pressure. And when we look at this, it's under greatest pressure not just for parkland preservation and conservation, but presumably also for land development because of its proximity to poor areas. So the urgency and need to really look at those areas seriously is paramount. And in fact, some of the land that we've seen here on this slide, as I mentioned earlier, may already be approved for land development. So carrying on, so again, as part of this background analysis that we did, it was fortunate that MVCA actually did a study back in the 1980s, and we were able to do comparative analysis against the study that was done 40 years ago. And so you can see there's been basically a threefold decrease in the population within our jurisdiction, but there hasn't been a threefold increase in the supply of parklands and trails. So the intensity of use per kilometer of trail or per hectare of parkland has increased. And I think that's been witnessed by many of the suppliers who manage and operate these sites that very depending on where you're located and the popularity of your site, there's an intensity of use that takes its toll on the land, as well as bookings that got earlier and earlier. So because we are developing a land conservation and resource strategy, and it's a policy document that is very important to we as an organization again, we did survey work associated with the discussion paper, but we were planning on circulating to the public. And we were asking them what type of facility they thought MVCA in particular should be developing within this. And you can see the strong response for natural characters. I'll read some of the other ones to say you can't see it. So others were linear parks, the managed forests, the attached woods, and then heritage sites were the other top ones. Some of the lowest ones were marinas and so this is some of the feedback that we were getting from the public. We were also asking them, could we be focusing on conservation or preservation? You know, like the distinction, because conservation is mostly associated with really entering with some natural system values, but there is a component that allows for public use. Whereas preservation, you know, is often limited for public access because you're trying to protect maps and how we establish and advance the values of it. So you can see that over half of this one and stuff with the current mix of conservation and preservation at our property. Some felt that we should be more focused on conservation and then some felt that preservation. But what this tells me, you know, as a survey is that basically 80% of the respondents with a conservation focus with a preservation. So we are also asking them, what are you looking for in your parklands? And so, as you can see, the first top one was the drive plus the footprint. So supply and demand and proximity and that's what things been IB, especially during the pandemic. There is a natural area of the west end of the sticks that was overrun and severely impacted and has the issues with garbage and litter and resource destruction. But it's close. People like close. They want easy pushing access, but they're also looking for parts using privacy. And that I highlight that because there are considerable fans on our property. Historically, we used to make parking. That's really the case. But you know, so there's and on the campaign, there's multi-use operating say versus these infrastructure. So these are some of the things that we need to be thinking about when we're planning these resources that are the overtime. And then you can see the rest of them. So when I think about the future and opportunities, one of the things that's great to understand about today is we do have a bank account in our land. We not we're not in a position to seek relief. We have been able to distribute to others by them, so we've opened partnership with the community too, to access funds that we couldn't along with. Um, and but we're also open to working with others and planning and development of sites. For instance, Los Island property, we call it our property, but in fact, it's owned by a combination of the city of Ottawa and the Couture, their power grid. So, and we also have an agreement with the city of Ottawa to do some years at the River Festival. So all that to say that, where there's but we ourselves are not necessarily the business, but acquiring additional needs. It doesn't mean that we're not interested in youth, even the rapid advantage. So some of the opportunities we created, obviously, it's in the but also utility credit. So one of the presentations you're going to later this afternoon is going to be from Honolulu Regional Conservation Authority partnership with Hydro Island, because they have been massive corridors that we're going to create, and there's an opportunity potentially for us to do that kind of thing in this area. There's a poster board at that regarding county forests, and the county has already developed some of the forests or county forests, and that continues to be an opportunity. And for all of you, as you're developing, and you're doing this already today, at least there's different plans adjacent to hazard to but there's also surplus land. And I don't know how perhaps actively, but you have a relationship with the real estate department. You can look at, are there opportunities to secure land that they do receive back taxes? There's all sorts of ways that municipalities acquire land. But the other one I wanted to put on the table is because when they strictly speak on you, everybody speaks in perpetuity, you will always have obligations against it. Therefore, people will be looking at some of those. This is my reminder that I'm at a 2-minute mark. So, and then lastly, private land. So private lands, this is a land trust is privately owned, but they also take conservation easements and private property. But also those pits and quarries. In this region has a fair number of pits and quarries, either active use or no longer in use. They would be disputed. And I think there's a real opportunity with those landowners to see if they can give the experience. And potentially they're offset. Could you recreate habitat that is destroyed either both sites or any site? And then of course the quest. And the last one I have is First Nation land. A large portion of our the area around Watch Lake is in the negotiation. And so definitely a seat at the table and opportunities associated with the future of person. So I'm gonna just show you a couple of drawings. So this one shows pits and quarries in red there. And I believe this is active only because it's for all the closed ones. This one shows both active and inactive waste disposal sites. And even the ones that are active are not going to be in this necessarily forever. They have limits on them. So, and you can see the concentration in the lower watershed where there is demand for parkland. So I'm not saying this is the be all end all solution. I'm just wanting to throw ideas out there for people to start to think about these things. So at the end of the day, I think there's an opportunity for, us as public servants and nonprofit organizations to work with public and private entities and to find those opportunities and to develop them. But to the extent that we are able to start to identify areas where there's greatest potential and start to engage in those conversations, then we may be able to realize it. So there's lots of us at the table, and there's just the representative sample of some of us in the room here today. So this is the beginning of the conversation, and we're going to continue working forward. So looking at the clock quick, the goals that NVCA is going to be working on in the near term is sorry, I didn't mean near term. These are the goals in our land conservation and resource strategies. So these are our 20-year. So you can see it's focusing on natural resource management. It's a sustainable management for generations. This is the high level one. But then as we develop lands and manage our lands, that we need to make sure that they're used as opportunities for reconciliation with First Nations. That they focus on providing opportunities for walking, hiking, and solitude, which is what people are looking for when we survey them. But we also make sure that they're accessible to all. And this is with legislative prior, but also operationally. The next one, eliminate risk of future losses in areas at high risk of natural hazards. And I highlight this because we are somewhat concerned about the potential implications and the permits and the behaviors that are associated with land adjacent to hazards. And so we think we do need to be looking at trying to protect not just development inside those hazards, but also they are typically associated with natural resources that we're securing that land adjacent to them. And then lastly, no net loss of ecological and hydrological services, and no net loss implicitly means there will be a loss, but you make an effort to replace it. And you have to have 2 to 1 and 3 to 1 ratio. But you're finding opportunities elsewhere to reinstate and hope that the project that we develop, the offsetting project to the loss, will eventually provide the same sort of advanced services that we described. And so the next steps for us is, as many of you know, we are in the process of disposing our portion of the clean food to the local councils. This is an ongoing work, and that's because we decided as an organization we want to focus on sites rather than large rail trails. We need to update our North Trail master plan. We also want to do accessibility studies at our conservation areas. Sometime in the next 3 to 5 years, we also looking to be the master plan for another site. We haven't had one, but it means fun. And lastly, we want to continue this dialogue with you and look for opportunities and collaborate with our partners. So that's what I asked. Why? No, I'm happy to entertain any questions you can have. Any questions on that? Oh, this fine.
How many hectares would MVCA own?
It's in our spreadsheet somewhere. Brittany, do you recall? Brittany can probably find us the answer possibly and let you know later on.
Thank you.
I'll just note, Sally, that the folks online are having trouble hearing anyone other than you.
Okay.
So you may want to repeat the question then for those online.
Okay.
When questions come up in the room.
Thank you. So, okay, I'm going to now turn it over to Richard Craig. Oh, Nick, of course. No, sorry. Oh, it's he's doing his own ones. So, Nick Stowe from the City of Ottawa is the program manager of Natural Systems. He is a husband, father, and grandfather. He works was originally from Victoria, BC, on the territories of the Parklands of the Parklands Nation. He had lived for more than 30 years in the Ottawa Valley on the territory of the Algonquin of that nation. He has a doctorate from the University of Ottawa in ecology and has a first in Atlantic ecology. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Sally. First, can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thumbs up. That's great. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I'll start off by apologizing that I am not there in person. I intended to be there, and then on Friday I came down with COVID, and although I am well recovered, I didn't want to come to the conference and infect everybody. So uh, uh, I'm presenting from home right now. However, my colleagues Amy McPherson and Adriana Hulse are there in person. And if you have any questions about the city's programs, projects, properties, and you want to talk to someone in person, either Amy or Adriana will be very happy to answer your questions. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Hopefully this will work. And that should be the one. And from the beginning. So can folks see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So Sally's already given a little bit of an introduction. I've been with the City of Ottawa for 16 years as the senior planner and then the program manager in the natural systems team. The natural systems team at the City of Ottawa is a policy team. We're responsible for developing and implementing the city's policies for protection of the natural environment, forests, wetlands, habitat for species at risk, and so on. We provide services in 3 different areas. We do environmental land use planning, such as watershed and subwatershed studies. We are involved in and take the lead on urban forest planning in partnership with our colleagues in the Forestry Services branch who are responsible for the operational side. And then, as I mentioned, we do natural heritage protection, acquisition, and stewardship. So, the City of Ottawa is unique. Excuse me, I'm still a little hoarse. The City of Ottawa is unique in a couple of ways. The first is we have the National Capital Green Belt within the city boundaries. So that's in yellow hatching here. We also, and then in addition to that, we have, of course, an enormous rural area. The City of Ottawa is about 2,850 square kilometers, and about 2/3 of Ottawa's area is rural and agricultural land. I'm going to make this a little more clear. What I'm doing is I'm getting rid of the aerial photography, and I'm showing you the transects from the City of Ottawa's official plan. So each transect generally reflects different intensities and patterns of development. And so these transects go from the most intensely developed downtown core out to the rural area and the villages. And then in between these transects, or actually forming one of these transects, is the National Capital Commission Greenbelt itself, which you can see here in yellow. We're here to talk about parkland and trails. So on this figure, what I've done is I've added Ottawa's formal parks and conservation areas. It does not include the Green Belt. National Capital Commission, I believe, was going to be speaking to that. However, this figure does include Ottawa's 3 provincial parks, Conservation Authority lands, and 2 school board outdoor education areas. I'm not going to talk much about Ottawa's urban and suburban parkland. The amount and type of uh, of urban parkland that Ottawa can provide is really determined almost solely by provincial policies over which the city has very limited discretion. You know, under the Planning Act, we're entitled to a certain amount of parkland. Anything beyond that, the city must generally purchase at market value. In some cases, the city has done so, but the cost generally makes this unaffordable for us. And if the city is in the business of buying more urban land for public good, that kind of begs the question, should we be buying land for green space or should we be buying it for something like affordable housing? So I'm going to focus on our rural parklands. And here you can see it. On this map, you can see a few uh, uh, larger areas. So in the west, we have Fitzroy Provincial Park. We have Morris Island Conservation Area. Close to the urban boundary, you can see the South March Highlands Conservation Forest. Down toward the south on the map, you can see right up against the Rideau River, you can see the Rideau River Provincial Park, the Baxter Conservation Area. Out in the east, you can see the McSkimming Outdoor Education Center and Pioneer Village. So, as I said, a few large areas scattered about the rural area. And then, of course, you can see a lot of smaller scattered parks and conservation areas. Oh, you can also see smaller scattered parks and conservation areas like Penny's Point, which is kind of in the northwest side, up against the Ottawa River. And then you can see lots of smaller parks within the villages. So if you look at this, and you know what is really a relatively small area of parkland in the rural area, would think that the city is not doing a particularly good job of protection and conservation in the rural area. However, when we add in the city-owned environmental lands in the rural area, then the situation looks a lot different. So the lands here, I've added all of the city's city-owned environmental lands in red. There is some noise in this figure. You'll see a lot of small linear features come up. Those are city-owned right-of-ways in natural areas that are just, frankly, a little too difficult to screen out when I was making this figure. But you can see some really major areas of ownership by the city. So again, starting in the west, you can see the city-owned Torbolton Forest up by Constance Bay, actually in the heart of Constance Bay. You can see the Carp Hills. When we move down to the south, you can see the Marlborough Forest, and then we move out to the east, and you can see some major property holdings in the Cumberland Forest. So in total, the city owns more than 10,000 hectares of these environmental lands, specifically for conservation purposes. Most of these lands have some form of environmental land use designation and are zoned environmental protection EP, which is the highest protection that a property can have under our zoning bylaw. Most of these properties are accessible to the public using fire access roads or other informal trail systems. In some of the areas, there is some limited ATV and snowmobile use as part of approved regional trail systems. Pardon me. So these parklands and city-owned environmental lands are an important part of Ottawa's designated natural heritage system. So, as many of you know, the provincial planning statement requires that municipalities identify a natural heritage system and protect it for the long term. And though the province has been changing a lot of things recently, so far it hasn't given any indication that it intends to change those natural heritage system policies. In fact, they did a very recent review and basically maintained those policies as they are. So Ottawa has identified a natural heritage system. It consists of core natural areas that are focused on areas that containing significant wetlands, natural environment areas, which basically corresponds to provincial areas of natural and scientific interest, and adjacent significant woodlands. The linkage areas contain more of a variety of land uses. They may contain areas of agricultural lands or lands in other low intensity uses, and they tend to follow watercourses. In identifying and designating this natural heritage system, I will say that there was a lot of consultation going back almost a decade with conservation authorities, with land trusts, with the National Capital Commission, with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And so this natural heritage system not only kind of reflects the city's priorities, but to a large extent, it also captures a lot of the priorities of our various conservation partners. The city's official plan explicitly excludes this natural heritage system from urban and village expansion. So that's probably the major protection that this natural heritage system provides. That, of course, will always be up to the discretion of City Council. City Council could come in and amend the plan to remove an area or to make it open up an area for urban expansion. But right now, Council's decision in the official plan was that this will be excluded from future settlement area expansion. The official plan maintains existing development rights on private properties where they already exist, but says that such development must protect the integrity and the ecological functions of the area. So there's fairly limited number of things you can do in the rural area anyway to begin with. And the OP says that if you're pursuing any of those development opportunities in areas where development is permitted, then it must respect the integrity and functions of this this natural heritage system. Those policies are really the strongest protection that the official plan can provide without requiring the city to actually purchase properties outright. I want to take a moment to talk about the natural heritage system and wetlands. And I might sound a little defensive when I'm talking about wetlands here, because Ottawa has received a lot of criticism, particularly most recently regarding conservation of wetlands. So I wanted to show this figure Otto's natural heritage system imposed over its 2020 wetland mapping, which has been provided to us by the conservation authorities. There are approximately 47,000 hectares of wetlands in Ottawa, about 16% of Ottawa's area. 10% is the number typically cited as a minimum goal. Almost half of these wetlands are still designated as provincially significant, despite the losses in status we've seen since the province changed the Ontario wetland evaluation system to make it easier for wetlands to lose that significance identification. When we think about that, it's also important to remember that the loss of significant wetland status does not necessarily mean the loss of the wetland itself. 95% of the wetlands in Ottawa with provincially significant status lie within this natural heritage system, and 74% of all the wetlands in Ottawa lie within this natural heritage system. So, one of the functions of the natural heritage system is to provide that backstop for us in terms of wetland conservation. So Ottawa City Council gets a lot of criticism sometimes, but it's important to note that with respect to the natural heritage system, with respect to conservation and stewardship, the city is not just paying lip service. City Council has actually put its money behind its principles here. So the city's current long-range financial plan targets up to $2 million annually for securement and stewardship of environmental lands. That amount will be reviewed as part of a current review of the city's long-range financial plan. And the financial pressures on the city are certainly well known. But so far, there has been no suggestion of any intent to reduce that amount. The focus of the city's acquisition and stewardship program, which makes use of these funds. Oh, sorry, I should also mention that in addition to the funds, the City of Ottawa has also created a full-time planning position dedicated specifically to conservation and stewardship, particularly with respect to wetlands. And Adriana Hulse, who's with you there today, is filling that position. So the focus of Adriana's work, the focus of the city's acquisition and stewardship program remains on supporting the city's natural heritage system and providing opportunities for conservation and restoration of forests and wetlands. However, in addition to that, we are always looking for opportunities for public access and use of these properties wherever that access and use is compatible with ecological protection of the properties, that ecological protection still being our primary focus. And partnerships are a really important part of the program. Whenever we partner with somebody else, we're not only getting that synergy, but we're stretching our own dollars further, and they are stretching their own dollars further. Partnerships benefit everyone, and these partnerships can be on acquisition, or they can be on stewardship, and we're able to pursue both types of partnerships. The city does not need to be does not need ownership to secure it. We can, and we have explicit authority to support our partners in the acquisition and stewardship of properties where that also meets the city's own goals. As we move ahead, we're really hoping that we can expand this to more support for private land stewardship, and we're definitely going to be talking with our partners about how we can do that. I wanted to provide our most recent example of acquisition of a property. Some of you may have heard it. It went through quite a substantial debate at that committee and city council, as it should have, because it was the city's largest acquisition of environmental lands since amalgamation and possibly before. And this is the Badham Farm property on Ferry Road in the west part of the city. This is a 220 acre property, a mix of mature forest, pasture land, and 800 meters of undeveloped shoreline along the Ottawa River. It may be the last or the largest length of undeveloped shoreline along the Ottawa River outside of federal ownership. And so we were very pleased to acquire this property. It has other values on it. There is an original settler cabin still on the property dating back to 1845. There is a spring on the property and a water course that it's currently grazed by cattle. It's within the pasture land portion, but one of the goals will be to restore that area. It has a large cattail marsh on the property, and it has some beautiful riverine wetland along the Ottawa River. It's a very exciting opportunity for us, and we will take possession of it next Monday. And then on the following Tuesday, I and my team will be out there at the property to do some initial inspections of it, do a kind of an initial reconnaissance, and we will then move into a more thorough evaluation of the property for preparation of a management plan. And we will be reaching out to interested partners, and we've already been in discussions with Sally and Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority about their interest in helping stewardship of this property or management of this property with us. So, happy to answer any questions you might have. Just this figure you see before you, this is an older project, the City of Ottawa. This was a wetland restoration partnership with Ducks Unlimited on private property along the Carp River in the floodplain of the Carp River. And this project, as I said, we partnered with Ducks Unlimited, who went in and restored these 4 wetlands in old oxbows of the river that had been bypassed when the Carp River had been straightened a century ago. And that project has been extremely successful. We have seen, for example, Blanding's turtles both in the ponds and presumably nesting in the areas around these ponds, because we have seen them up on the shore. So, happy to answer any questions, and I will stop sharing now. Sorry, I can't make you out.
Hear me? It's good times, is it? You want to?
Straight.
Yes. Oh dear.
I can hear voices, but I can't make out anything anyone's saying at the moment.
Okay, so you want to be
And I'm gonna ask you to, Nick, can you hear me?
I can hear you very clearly. Yes.
Do you see the mic up there? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'll speak to the mic. My phone.
That's okay. Hi, Nick. It's Pat Phillip from it's not so much a question, but a comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I found it. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really did find that it gave a lot of optimism in terms of what the city is doing with regards to natural heritage systems and preserving those features. The comment that I have is you raised it, and it makes me think of one of Sally's goals, and I think it flags a concern that most of us will have, and particularly people who work in the public sector, and that will be the challenge between the demand or the need to protect our natural systems and the ability and the resources to provide with those with the competing direction we're getting for affordable housing. And I'm wondering if any of, not just the city of Ottawa, if there's anybody else in the room where the Conservation Authority has already experienced that sort of pressure, because I know from the National Capital Commission's perspective, we already have. So thank you.
It's just it's just a reality for us. We know that there is a housing crisis, particularly an affordable housing crisis. We've seen unhoused people in our urban parks and natural areas. We see all of the social and health consequences of that. And so when our political leaders and our senior management talk about the need to focus on that as a priority, it is, I'm certainly not going to argue against it. That being said, at the city, I think our senior management and leadership also recognizes the need to balance that priority against the other priorities of the city for a healthy environment for everyone. And so, we have strong policies for protection of our urban forest. We have strong policies regarding access to urban green space. And we have a commitment, which ironically, in a way, was restated and reaffirmed in the debate about the Ferry Road project. We have that commitment from City Council to long-term improvement of our natural heritage system, to a substantial funding of an acquisition and stewardship program. So I do feel optimistic that commitment is there and that resources will be put toward it. Notwithstanding the fact that on balance, it's probably more important to get people off the street than to provide them with a shady place to walk.
Okay. All right. Richard Pitt is the Chief of Beckwith Township and Chair of the Beckwith Recreation Committee. His first involvement with the municipality was serving as chair of the Recreation Committee from 1996 to present. He was elected to municipal office in 1997 and then as Reeve in 2000. As Reeve Kidd has served as the warden of the County of Glenor 3 times, or for the 3rd time in 2019. Reeve Kidd's community involvement includes serving on agricultural commodity groups, past chair of the Lanark County Trail Committee, a member of the Beckwith School Council and steering committee of the Lanark County Municipal Drug Strategy. He's also involved with the youth of the community through coaching many different sports, including football at the high school level for over 20 years. co-chair and founder of the Beckwith Irish Football Club, and it's also the chair of the Beckwith Youth Committee, in which he is very proud of their involvement and their efforts in giving back to the community. Reef Kid is proud of the innovative way the township has enhanced the quality of life for its residents by creating a healthy, active community for all ages, with many opportunities for the Beckwith Recreation Complex, multi-purpose sports fields on the Beckwith Trail Network. So I invite Reef Kid to come up and speak to you about the work that you're doing in Beckwith.
Yes. So, I count there's only 2 voters here from Beckwith Township, so I sort of wasted that speech, but it sounds like a good campaign speech. What I've done, but anyway, Beckwith Township is just outside of the city of Ottawa. We border with the city of Ottawa. Ashton, Prospect, those are along the border. We have a population of just under 10,000 people. Gulf Place, Mississippi Lake. We border with them too. They're very good neighbors. So we began, I was coming today, I was thinking trails and, parks and how this is something unique and new. And I was thinking of our family came to the farm that we're on in 1818. My grandfather and my father talking, and they always talked about trails. Trails are not a new thing. Trails, they had sleigh trails, they had logging trails, they had trails to hunting places, they had trails to go to church in the beginning. And so they always talked about trails, and we brought it into this new thing and made it a recreation thing. But in Beckwith, we're using a lot of the areas that were those historical trails that people used in the 1800s. So these are some of the reasons that we got into the trail business. But I can tell you, without council, Brian was here, and staff's commitment to it would never happen. And one of the first times that I thought, trails are a good thing is in the early 2004 or so to about 2009, the National Capital Commission had meetings with all the mayors twice a year to touch the National Capital area. And so we heard about the trails that the National Capital were doing and how successful they were, especially in Hull. And so that's one of the reasons I thought trails are a good thing to do. And people like those because of the National Capital and those meetings they had with them. So anyways, then over the years, public certainly have wanted more trails. We first constructed, next slide is. We first constructed our first trail in 2010. We had a master trails plan drawn up in about 2007 by a consulting firm of E&M and RK, which we still follow today. And so our first trail was in 2010. Over the years, we've had a variety of grants, federal, provincial, local, from the county, even the snowmobile clubs. We've worked with developers and community groups. Beckwith our trails network consists of nature trails, local subdivision trails, motorized trails and non-motorized trails. The trails that we have are on open road allowances, are the easiest ones to use because we already own them. We have subdivision trails that we get when subdivisions are developed, and we do have private property where we have trails across theirs. The best example, we have 2 or 3 of them, but the best example is from the school to our park. And what we've done with those trails is we get back the landowner, we lease it from them for the vacant land part of the township taxes. We give them their taxes for free, and on the vacant land that they have, And we've been very successful at getting that. There isn't too many questions once you say that. So next slide. So this sort of the public trails that we have. We have about 17, over 17 and a half kilometers of trails. We do have connected trails within, maybe we'll go to the next slide. So these are some of the trails we have. The green one at the bottom is a park along the ninth line. It connects the schools, I said, and around. The rest of them, you can see a lot of them are on concession roads. The main, we were able to do those trails again over the last 20 years almost that we've done most. So the next slide. So in 2000, here was I, 2013, we put it in our official plan that trails, when developers came to do subdivisions, the trails to us were like sidewalks. And that so we can get 5% in lieu for parkland from developers, but this is on top of that we ask them to build trails within the subdivision, and those are our sidewalks in those state type rural subdivisions, mostly connecting those subdivisions with other subdivisions, but the developers pay for those trails and do them. We've made a standard dimensions for the trail that the developers do. So here it is, you build it, and the recreation committee approves where the trails go when subdivisions come for comments. It's worked very well. Maybe in the beginning, the developers were a little bit hesitant, but I can tell you now they're quite happy to do it, but it helps sell houses that if they know, especially it's a way of keeping the youth off the streets, and they can connect across through their buddies without having to go out onto the main road. They can connect. So that's been very successful. And I think if you ask the developers, they would agree about it 100% today. Okay. So some of the things we've learned over the years, one is we build the trails in the wintertime. One of the things it does is that it makes so we don't run up or create a bigger mess or a bigger issue. We can do it on frozen ground, and that way we're not having to add more material at higher cost. We also Kavanaugh's tree removal does a great job at just going in if we mark it, and they can do the exact width that we want. There's no fooling around, it's done, and we can get all of the project. So this is what it looks afterwards when they've gone through, but it actually, I think it helps with the trees, the bark, and the stuff that's left. It sort of helps separate between the gravel that's going down. We also put on, if we can, next slide. So again, that's showing the wintertime, but this is, we put the filter cloth down on all our trails, no matter where they are. High and dry up the hill, we still put filter cloth down. We did that early. An engineer friend from Lethbridge said this is what they do in the Arctic. And so we decided to do that. And then we don't have to put as much material down. It separates that earth type material that if you were building a road, you'd be digging it out. And so we roll it out. Next slide. And then put the stone right on top of it. And we've done that every trail that we've built. So it we don't use near as much material this trail here was built 12 years ago or 15 years ago. And we've only added material once to it. There's only like 4 inches on it. The other thing you gotta remember, these trails, we're not building them for trucks or cars, that people are walking on them. So you're not having the same, push down into the frost with the frost beating. And I think this also protects the frost from coming up through the trails. It's well worth, I think an engineer told us it was worth 8 inches or 10 inches of stone by putting that in. So. Yeah. So it goes on slowly and then we add to it. The culverts, I wanted to show this picture. We do put culverts in the first year where it's obvious. But in most cases, we build the trail and then we figure out where the culverts are needed for the next year, because you can tell where they're needed and go back and put the culverts in. We've never had an engineer involved in any of our trails. And that's basically, it's a lot easier to go back. The proof is in the pudding. You can see exactly where the culvert goes. So this is shortly after that trail was done, but it looked like a year later. And I can tell you one of the other things, if there were smaller municipalities that, you do have maintenance, and that it's amazing. Sally talked beginning about the 1800s. My grandfather always talked, he was born in 1883. And he always talked about the people coming back from the West that had migrated in the 1800s and telling them in the 1920s how they let the whole place go back up in the bush. Because they cleared the whole thing and then the fence rows all grew up with trees and the rough pastures that grown back up. But these things grow in very quickly. Like one of the things you have to be prepared to do is to brush back because they grow in very quickly from the sides. Yeah. So these are the types of things that we have to, when we're doing a trail, that we have to budget to be able to do. Of course, is signage, mapping brochures we do, but installation of gates at the road exits. A large portion of our trails are just for walking and cycling. And then some of them we turn them into snowmobile trails in winter time. So we open up the gates and let the snowmobiles go through. Those main connecting trails, I think people like the snowmobile trails there because they groom it. And it makes it very easy for them to walk on it. And they seem to get along. We've never had any issues between snowmobilers and the public, but it certainly makes the trail a lot more accessible for walkers when it's groomed. Dog waste disposal, benches, garbage cans, those are all things we have to budget for. Okay. And these are, we have a standard, I remember the NCC talking about having standard signage. And we have standard signage that we try to use the same signage on all our trails, giving the same information to everybody on it. The length of it is very important. The other part, I guess, that we've learned over the years is that it's a heck of a lot better. People will use trails more if they're circular. If they go somewhere, nobody wants to go to a dead end and turn around and come back. Like that just does not work. And if you connect to other trails, works very well. But or they go someplace. The trail in the Carlton Place from the Beckwith School, it's 1.5 kilometers long. It goes to Jericho. And I remember saying to people, that was the only time we ever had a public meeting about a trail to ask the public what they thought was that. And we had a room full of people against it. It was just the end of the world as we knew was coming. And they didn't want it coming out. The people beside their property, and it was all on concession road, an open concession road, so our property. And basically, anyway, we went ahead and did it. They asked me to plant trees in some places beside the trail, so I'm telling you, you couldn't even see their house, but we planted some trees. And then they were all happy. I remember coming back and I told them to go to Dairy Queen. And of course, the other thing, place right there is the liquor store, and they were using it for the liquor store too. So that was good. Everybody was happy. So our nature trails, we put up smaller signs. We have nature trails, especially through our park. There's no gravel, no nothing. It's cleared out. We did buy a snowmobile and a groomer to groom our trails for park. We do that as much. That's my job. It's great therapy. You get to drive around sort of slow and groom the trails. It looks great. And it's good. It's a great job. So this is our park. It's roughly a mile from one end to the other. That's the original trail. The blue is the nature trail going across it. It's a ridge. At the back is another concession road, that yellow line. Our park, we're up to 400, almost 500 acres of land that we've keep on buying. It backs onto the Goodwood swamp, and we're purchasing all the land that we can get as it comes up for sale there. So we own from the 9th to the 7th, so 2 miles, and then both sides of the Jock River going through there. When I say purchasing, people give us the land for a tax relief. Lots of times it's not much use to them. It's been in their family for generations. Nobody wants it, so we've taken over. But council has taken on that because there is a bit of liability, and they've taken on that to bring in that land. Okay. So there's signage we have at most trails. Okay. This is an example of different ways that the gates. This one, the whole post turns to the pipe on top of it, so we can open it up for maintenance. This one is not a snowmobile trail. This one here, we open it up for like the access is around the side, but we do open it up for snowmobile trail in the wintertime. And actually some farmers use it to connect to other properties, so we have a bad community, open it up and do go through in mid-summer. So yeah, we added it to the already broken this news. Yeah, and this is their standard cross section of the trail. Okay. These are some of our subdivisions where we have joining trails. We do not promote this. The county has a trails map. They're not on it. I think it keeps the people in those subdivisions happy. They use it. We do not promote it anywhere. They are there. Public can use it. We had some complaints at the very beginning when we started this, but it was mostly themselves using it for snowmobiles to go across, but we got that stopped, and we've never had any complaints. And actually, they take ownership of it. We do maintenance on it, but I can tell you if a tree falls down, they take it down before we ever have to go because it's their trail, and which is fine. And that's what it's there for. It's for safety. And most of those, so you see, they connect the blue to the green across, and they all make loops. And I can tell you, a recreation committee, every time these come out, we're all experts on where they should go. Okay. And this is our latest venture. We have a skating trail at the park. It's a new trail, wasn't on that map. It's 1 kilometer long, and again, it's a loop. It's a big loop or a smaller loop. We got some grant money to do it. It comes right along the nature trail, back corner, the nature trail. So in the wintertime, cross-country skiers and snowshoers or walkers at that point at this end. We've got sort of the fire pit there, but we're going to make it a better thing. So skaters and the ones in the trail can all come together at that one spot. Okay. This is what the trail looked like this winter and our signage that we have. Okay. This is a wagon that we bought, 10,000 gallon tank on it to flood the trail. We use that to put down the base. Once we get it, it's quite a skill set you have to develop to do this. One thing is to have a light bottom for sure. It's a grounded bottom, so we wet the snow and pack it so that we can freeze on top. This is a big wagon. We pull the tractor, of course, and we put down the base as thick as we can get it. And then because it's right behind the rink, we finish it up with the Zamboni. That's the bottom corner. That the Zamboni will almost go a kilometer with a tank. The hot water in the Zamboni puts a nice finish onto it, and that's what we use to maintain it through the winter. Last winter was very successful. We have quite a few days of skating, and it's very popular. And with all our recreation, there was lots of people from the city of Ottawa that comes out to use it, and I think I'm very happy. And that's tourism and economic development for us, and that's what recreation we've always told as part of our thing is that recreation is economic development. And as Valley said, with the trails and the parkland, that's economic development, bringing those people, and a lot of them come and move. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's next.
Yeah.
But anyway, I did want to. Don't want to steal more. First of all, Cassandra's here. She's our CEO. She's starting off as our co-op soon, and then head of recreation. And so she's been through all of this building of the trails and getting those things done. And she's part of C&M consultants. And one of the things I did want to say with the trails, certainly when we started, people weren't as anxious about it, but it's one of those things that if you build it, they will come and they will use it and they will enjoy it and they'll thank you for it afterwards. And again, it's one of those things in this whole world that the sooner you can, once you start it, do not take 2 or 3 years to get it done, because the naysayers will be gone that much quicker if you just get it done, and then the naysayers will become positive people who will know to get it in the long run. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joanne Henderson from the town of Carleton Lake. Joanne was actually born and raised in Carleton Lake, and she began working for the town when she was in high school. She's been in her current position as manager of recreation and culture for 15 years. So I invite Joanne to come and speak to us. And as we haven't been able to get the handle of the working, I'm going to continue forwarding this line. Thank you, guys.
I'm gonna try to do it without my glasses. So then if because I have my glasses on, I'm not gonna be able to see you. Thank you, Sally. So I'm here today to talk about the importance of trails in an urban community. And I just want to give you a little bit of background information. So in the early 1990s, the vision of parkland development changed, whereas instead of having a community with parks in the neighborhood, we started looking at linear parkland and the importance of having linear parkland. And because we have the Mississippi River running through our community, it was felt that the Mississippi River was a dominant characteristic of the community and that it's important to protect the existing physical and cultural nature of the river while continuing to develop the river corridor and for community use. So where feasible, we develop the trail systems along the river. Next slide. So we have different trail systems that I would say are more of a natural environment, or you're able to experience the natural environment of those trails. The first one I'm going to speak about is the O'Keelee Trail. Slide. And this is one of the first trails that we developed, and we were fortunate to obtain this property from the Finley family. And it is now an environment district in the official plan and national environment district. And a little bit about O'Keelee Park. It's an unofficial bird and wetland bird sanctuary and wetland sanctuary. So it's named after the call of the red-winged blackbird. So that's where the O'Keelee came from. And Georgie Finley was one of the Finley descendants that provided this property to the town, and he loved birds and nature. So we've retained this property, and we were very adamant to keeping it a very natural environment. So it's important to our community. And even when I went for a little walk the other day, I was amazed how nice it is. Next slide, please. So Riverside Park is one of our significant parks within the town of Carleton Place. It was purchased by the town in 1904. It was a former sawmill called the Sawmill. And we're very fortunate the council of the day recognized the importance of purchasing that property, and we've been able to use it since 1994 as Parklands. Before, I would say the 1990s, the Riverside Park, even in the early, I guess, 60s, I've been told that you used to be able to camp in the park. You used to be able to, there was boathouses all along the river. But now, it used to be able to drive through the park. But in the 1990s, we changed it from allowing vehicles through the park to just parkland with trails. And you can see in this picture how beautiful it is. It's right beside CPHS. The kids are, it's the high school, sorry. And the kids use it for their recess, and they're out there all the time playing around with it. And it's a great asset for the town. Next slide, please. So the Mississippi River Walk Trail is another trail system that runs along the Mississippi River. I would say in the east end of town. And it took a few years to establish the trail system from Princess Street all the way to one of our neighborhood parks. And as Richard had noted with his trails in Beckwith, in this particular trail, there's a lot of connections from the subdivision so that you can access that trail system from various different areas. And you'll see it's going through wetlands. So there are 3 bridges that takes you across the wetland area. Although this, I would say, and I think in Brittany's in the survey, it said that the Mississippi River Walk Trail is one of the most used trails in Carleton Place, which I agree with. The only problem is it's right along the river, and in spring it floods. So I guess a little bit of pain for long-term gain, they say. So the majority of the time it's a very popular trail. Next slide. So Roy Brown Park, right beside us, is another very significant property that the town obtained. And the town of Carleton Place was able to work with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority. The town provided, or they came with an agreement where the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority bought this parcel of land. But but what council of the day thought was it would be a great opportunity to have the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority here and be able to use it as an educational tool for developing the park. So we entered into an agreement with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority for development of the trails, for the trail systems through this park. That was a partnership that the town had with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority, as well as if you have a chance at lunchtime, if you go out, you'll see there's a pavilion just out here. And there's some informal educational panels on the pavilions that the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority provided, which talks about the various species in the park. So this park, the trail system is very popular, especially for the schools. There's 3 schools right in the area. They can walk here. They don't have to take a bus. It's like a whole different world. So, you know, you've got the urban area, you come out here, you go along the trail, and you wonder where you are. It's so nice. Next one. So just a few little comments about you know, the importance of trails in an urban environment. So as the community grows, we're seeing you know, as development, there's more dense housing. A lot of the residents don't have a lot of space for, you know, outdoor play or, you know, just to get outside. So these urban trails are very important because it takes you away from the busyness of the town. So they, you know, we have them in all, you know, we have this park here, we have the Oakley Park, which is on the north side of the river. We have the Mississippi Riverwalk Trail that's on the east side of town. So we have these significant little pockets of trail systems that are not multi-use pathways. They're actually, you're going back to nature. And that's really important, I think, for people in the community because as the hustle and bustle happens downtown, you can go, you know, 10 minutes and you're down the trail and you're in action fire. And as you know, trails not only prevent mental physical health, but they connect the community. So I just ran into 2 ladies the other day out on the trail, and they told me that if they didn't have the trail, the Mississippi Riverwalk Trail, they don't know what they would do. Like, it was that important to them. Like, they walk the trail every day. The only thing that they kind of weren't happy about is we don't maintain the trails in the winter. So they really wish that we could maintain them in the winter, but it's very important to them. And as well, you know, with the nature, we have lots of natural habitats, you know, in that environment. And again, it's important for the town and it's important for the environment and the people living in town that they can connect with the nature and the habitats in those different natural areas. Well, if I have anything else. So I wanted to mention a couple other little things that we have in town. They're not necessarily trails, but we have Sonnenberg Woods, which is a 20-acre parcel of land that is an old forest that the town acquired, and we retain it as a natural environment area. So there's trails within that park, but they're not you know, they're natural trails. So if you wanted to go mountain biking or, you know, there's lots of routes and stuff. It's not really accessible, but it's a nice natural area to visit. And another part of the town that I know Richard already talked about, that is the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail that runs through town. So that's part of the old rail line that the county owns. And we developed the section in town with paved pathways. So again, although you're still kind of going through town, when you're in that trail system, there is still some natural areas that is important to use. And like Richard said, you know, you build it, they will come. Well, the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail, that's exactly what happened. It was economic development, tourism. It's done all the crossed all the T's and dotting all the I's because it certainly is a good trail system for the residents. And one other mention is the backwoods trail. We also have a small portion of trails that we worked with the township of Beckwood. So Beckwood and Crown Place have a connecting trail that people can go from. You can go from Home Depot all the way up to the Beckwood Bridge, which I think again is very important.
Or you miss it in person.
Next slide. So for future planning, the town of Crown Place does, I believe that we do a very good job at parkland and retaining parkland and making sure we have those amenities for the residents of Carlton Place. So I just have a few little things that we're doing in our future planning. So we just recently built a park by the water tower, Coleman Central Park. And in that phase 2 of that park, we are going to be including a box in that park. So tree development, it's basically a little mini forest. So with some native trees, and again, as the community grows and the importance of trees, the trees are getting cut down. We know it's important to make sure that we try to retain or reinvest the tree into the tree canopy. We also are working with Inverness Homes to provide some community space. They're developing some homes or I guess some condominiums along the river at the old Finley Boundary property. And as part of that development, we're working with them to ensure that some of the community is still able to access the river, because we know how important it is to ensure that we retain the river. It's not always easy, and we try to connect all our trails and make everything pretty, but unfortunately that doesn't work so well. So we're entering into these partnerships so that the community can still have access to those amenities. Another future planning, Uniform Development is building a subdivision by Home Depot. And as part of that parkland dedication, again, we were able to retain an old growth forest. So we're able to retain that forest area. The park that has been allocated is going to be right beside that forest. So again, we're hoping that once through the development, we'll be able to work perhaps with the MDCA and just have some conservation for that park, and again some future educational panels and just to provide some background to the residents and the users. We also have another portion of land that we own on the south side of Highway 7, and there's some significant wetlands in that area. And again, we're going to conserve that wetland and make it accessible for the residents, and put some trails and boardwalks and that's it. So I think that's all I have. Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, please.
Should tell about the junction.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So as part of the Ottawa Valley Recreation Trail, there is a portion of land in there that is the old train yards. And we were able to come to an agreement with the county to lease that one portion of land. And through that development, the trail meets, we have an outdoor rink, we have a pump track, we have a skateboard park, we have a train themed play structure, we have a community outing. And that central part of town, just as we developed the OVRT, became the hub of Carlton Place. So again, the trails from both, the trail meets that community hub in both directions, and it's been quite a success story. Kids are going to the pump track before school, going to pump track after school, and the paved pathway through town. It's great because you see all ages and all abilities using that pathway, and that's very important. It gets people out, it connects the community together, and I can't say, I think it's just great. So it's It's awesome. And again, it's an economic development driver towards some part. So
Now, the next presentation, the next presentation was a joint presentation between Brooke Ross and Willis Line. So Brooke is going to be participating online and Willis is in the room here. Brooke has been employed with North Frontenac Township since 2016. And then her current role is manager of community development since 2022. She is a relatively new manager, brings new ideas and initiatives to the program, creating a strong, well-oiled team and expanding Parklands has been a goal of hers that is continuously progressing. Brooke holds diplomas in business, municipal administration, and municipal management. Willis is new to his role as the facilities recreation supervisor for the township since June of last year. However, he has ample experience in the sector. He's experienced with the supervisory position includes supervising staff projects and ensuring that the Parklands program runs smoothly. He holds a certificate road supervisor designation, which is a true asset in managing their 33 kilometers of prime roads. So I'll invite Will to come up. Now, are you presenting first and then Brooke?
I think she's just gonna tap in and correct me when I'm wrong. For sure.
Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing here. You just tell me when you want me to go to the slides I have.
Beyond, Brooke?
I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
So I think.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
That is kind of too bad. You can hear me. Anyways, well, welcome and thank you very much for giving Brooke and I the opportunity to speak to you today about our kind of unique program we have in North Frontenac. The Parklands program, as far as I know, the only ones in Ontario. There could be more this way, but it's a learning process. Apologize for this presentation. I'm kind of new to do public speaking presentations, but we'll try to get through it to give you the information and answer your questions. All right, the agenda we have set forward is I'm going to talk briefly on quite a few subjects. Basically, where is North Frontenac to start, about our Parklands program, our team of amazing talent that we have to get all the work done, the history of the Parklands, I'll indulge in that a little bit deeper than some of the other subjects. Particularly when I was talking to Sally a while back, there may be some other municipalities out there that are interested to a program like this, so I kind of dive into the history a bit to see where we come from, how it evolved, the problems associated when it started back up in the late 90s, and how they fixed it. Because obviously, Brooke and I listen around. So, governance, land use permits and partnerships, booking system, rules and permits, funding, issues and challenges and opportunities, and some tips and tricks maybe to help the new folks along that's starting. Right, North Frontenac Township, we're a small municipality located between Peterborough and Ottawa, off of the number 7 corridor, so narrowed down kind of between Sharpeville and Kildare, about 30 minutes north of 7. Kind of go from 41 Point over to the east side of Snow Road, up to almost Cowaboogie, down to Arlo, I guess. So it's quite a geographic area, but it's a small population base. We're in the heart of the Land Lakes region, right in the tourist region, lots of lakes around. We have a permanent population of 2,285 residents, and our seasonal population blooms to 7,000 plus. So it's definitely a tourist area. Lots of seasonal residents, and it's great to have them around. Our geographic region makes up to 70% of it is Crown land, and that's why this program is really important. And we have hundreds of lakes and several kilometers of forest access. All right, what is the CLSP? So it stands for Crown Land Stewardship Program. And what it is, it's a partnership between the Township of North Frontenac and the Ministry of Natural Resources. It provides resource stewardship and maintenance of Crown lands within our parklands. And it also provides a model of influence and public awareness. And majorly through the years, it's been public education, camper education, etiquette. It's been huge for the program. Some of our goals is enhance local tourism, create employment, obviously, for the area. That's always important to have employment. We try to hit out the revenue neutral at the end of the year, but there's highs and lows, sustainable recreation opportunities for local residents, and there's obviously 70% of our land mass is crown land, so we definitely want to endorse recreation, getting out there, on the act and walking the trails, enjoy a beautiful country up there. Some of the things that we do within our program is we have 33 kilometers of crown land roads that we have to maintain for us to keep the infrastructure going, and these were X and I are maintaining force and eyesight access roads, and it's all these lakes. And so we maintain them now. We have approximately 174 campsites, some on land, most are water access, boat access that we have to maintain. We have a lot of boat launches that we maintain for all of our boat launches within our parklands. And we have 2 trail systems. One actually for Mississippi Valley, the 2 CPA trails we maintain for walking trails, and we also have one of the schooner trails up on by Schooner Lakes. All right, at a glance, beginning in 1998, the CLSP is now entering its 27th year of operations. We've been around for a while. We've seen all the goods and the bads, lots of bads early, and amazing program now. We have 33 kilometers of crown land roads, which we maintain through the program. We have 11 lakes, ranging from bigger lakes like the Prestige Big Tall Lake to a smaller one, Granite Lake, small split. We have 174 campsites that we have to clean and private and keep them nice for the campers to come to and enjoy. And we have 18 municipally maintained boat launches, easy access to all the lakes that I township. I'll move on to our amazing staff. I'll kind of go to the right, the hierarchy, and kind of the trace of our staff. At the top is Brooke. She's on the phone. She's our manager. Then it drops down to myself, the supervisor, and we have one office staff lady, and she fields calls, works on the website, works on our online booking program, does all the emails and callings for us. There's huge apps that. Under myself, we have 3 full-time seasonal Parkland staff, and they're the ones that do maintain the roads, along with myself, cleaning the sites and public education, public awareness, and giving quality service to all the guests. And in the busy months, July, August, we have 2 summers. And together, we have been so lucky since I started the last few years. We have returning staff members and these great staff to provide decent service. We're really fortunate, that's for sure. Some of the things that our staff does, lake presence, that's huge. That's key. If you're starting out, you have to have lots of lake presence. You got to meet and greet the campers when they're on site, so they know people are out there. And almost all these go down to the bottom of compliance. And they're out there. They're checking for they're checking for litter, and they're checking to make sure they're on the right sites. They're checking for make sure they have permits. All that stuff that goes along with it. So that's huge. And right now, that's camper assistance. They're always helping the campers answering questions, facilitating them. We've had lots of weird scenarios for their motor quit in Melvin Lake, and they towed it back to shore, over to their campsite, help people got sick, took them to shore. The staff definitely goes beyond their job qualifications and what they're supposed to be doing, and they do a great job. They've done a lot to help the ambulances and fire to get out to sites, and so camper assistance huge. Site maintenance, obviously that's key. People want to come to a nice clean site, quiet, and so they keep the sites up. And obviously, I mentioned before, everything rolls back to compliance. They make sure people are buying the permits, people that should be on the sites on the site, they don't have one, they'll have to remove them, things like that. So that's what our team's doing day in and day out. I'm gonna do a little brief history here, and then I'm gonna go off script and just talk a little bit on an interview I had a couple days ago with one of our with our original staff members starting the program. So I got a lot of good information that I didn't know about it. So 1997, just a year before pre-amalgamation, Clarence Miller, Palmerston, North and South Conoco was approached by M&R, and we made a basically business agreement or a development partnership, I should call it, with M&R, start the Parklands program. This was the intent of the municipalities would assume. I think something funding in there. Yeah, there was one-time money allowed. That was to help fix up the old roads, and they were getting into pretty bad at the ground land roads. And that was after that we had to assume all the costs going forward for the tender of the Parklands program. So 1998, North Frontenac Parklands was created. amalgamation of all the small townships happened. That's when we got North Frontenac Township instead of the 3 smaller ones. After amalgamation, council decided it would be a user fee system initiated rather than adding costs to the maintenance of the ratepayers' tax bill. So pre that, it's just regular crown land and free camping, just like anywhere in Ontario, you camp on the crown land for 21 days consecutively. We put a fee structure in and no tax dollars go into the program. So the program is self-sufficient. So every dollar that comes into it for permits and our user groups goes back into the program, and it doesn't affect the town space, especially a smaller rural community. It doesn't affect the tax dollars of the folks in the community. All funds raised through this initiative are used solely for the program. And in 1999 was our first season we got going. So on May 14th, 1999, the first season with our user fee system started. This program involved the maintenance of 24 water access sites. And as of November 10th, 1999, the season closed. So that's what we have on our presentation. I'm going to give you a little more background for anyone that's interested in the program, how it started. So I called a couple days ago our original member, original employee of the program. There was only one back in the day. Norm O'Brien, if anyone knows him, great man, basic steward of the land, pioneer of starting this, and he endured a lot of things through the years to get to where he is today. And he just actually moved on, retired last year. He's 79 years old. He worked for himself. Amazing man. We sure miss him. Wealth of knowledge. But he gave me a wealth of knowledge 2 days ago to how it started and what he remembers. And so I'm going to share some of that conversation. Key to development. It's not all PowerPoint, it's a real thing. Having boots on the ground, man. So again, like I said, basically what happened was, you should remember back in the day, Ministry of Natural Resources was one of the biggest ministries in Ontario. They had a lot of money, they had a lot of programs, cuts out. They didn't have money anymore, they had a revenue shortfall, and they couldn't look after crown land roads, couldn't look after gold lines. So that was done. They're ceasing to do that. And so they come to the township obviously with a proposal, and two of the councillors were really big on it at the time. They're the ones that Norm said really pushed it through. But there was a lot of buy-in on that. All the councillors mentioned differently. They didn't want it. Some two really did, and they fought hard, and obviously they got the buy-in, and we have an amazing successful program now from that. So thank them councillors for sure. He said 1999 was first year he was out doing lakes. The first 2 lakes was Long and Round Schooner. That was the 2 that he did. We had 11 lakes. We had our full Parklands program. They're LEPs from the ministry, but the township just started on it, and he can't remember, but 2 to 3 years before all the lakes and campsites were open. And that was due to mainly, he said, camping in the past, they found that the litter, it was insane. But all these lakes that people camped on for free were just dumps. So that was the first lake they opened, and when he wasn't dealing with the people, and he said first year after September long weekend, basically no camp. People didn't camp much after long weekend. So he spent 2 months on just Crotch Lake alone. He had 16-foot Misty River boat, motor, and cleaned up sites. A couple loads of garbage a day, stockpiled it, and on Fridays he'd run it to the dump. Did that 2 months straight, just be putting up in the lake. So that's what happens with kind of unregulated camping sometime and more remote lakes that are all ground. There's very few cottages, a lot of birds. There's no cottages on our lake. So back in the day, people were just doing what they wanted to get away with it, and they just made trash dumps everywhere. So that was one of the big issues they had to start, was cleaning sites so they could actually put campers on them. Buy-in from the people was a hard sell to start. People camp for free forever. It's crown land. They didn't feel they should have to pay, and we didn't feel you should have to listen to anything. So he said the first 2 years of employment wasn't fun. Didn't have a lot of fun doing his job. He said he hardly wanted to go because conflict. He said you knew every day you're going to get verbally assaulted, you're going to get threatened. That was in daily occurrences. That was normal. Every day he's get threatened, verbally assaulted. I'm not gonna tell you everything he said, but yeah, bad flood, guilt, ground. You're not gonna see tomorrow. That was the normal for the first 2 years. Cleaning up garbage, verbal assault, people not paying. It was nasty. And then he said year 3, everything that was the turning point in the program. So he persevered, stuck to it, and that's when the township got the bylaw involved. And the bylaw officers started coming out laying fines. He said over one summer the program completely turned around. compliance turned around. Remember one day there was the so many litter fines on one site issued $1,000 fines for that back then. Probably 2020. He said that's all. Simply when he was checking our trail systems, OPP go with them. That helped a lot. Great, less than that. And over one summer, it completely turned around. He said the neat thing was by year 5, he said these same people in year 1 and 2 that wanted to kill him didn't want to pay, always verbal assaulting him, which a lot of they changed their mind and seen the good of the program. They kind of seen they go to a clean site. They go to the boat launch and actually have somewhere to park. You know, it was just a big cluster, you know what, and they seen the benefits. They couldn't believe it, and they actually become some personal good friends of them now. They love the program, and he said by year 5 they didn't want to pay. Year 1, year 5, they were always saying you're not charging them. You guys get way too much for what we're getting here. Like, you got to charge more. So it was amazing how public education and things through the years. It's tough to start, but how it changed in 5 years. That want to kill them, no compliance, but people are loving it and raise prices. But we got to thank Norm for his hard work to get that started. Yes, yeah, the benefits. Pretty much what I got out of our conversation with. Up to the next one. Bylaw to make this all happen, the township had to pass a bylaw, and our township is 24-23. It's a municipal campgrounds and recreational bylaw. It's a bylaw to authorize the operation of municipal campgrounds and the charging fees for the use of campsites and recreational roads. So basically, it outlines the rules of program fees, and set fines. Really cool. To make this program work, we have to obtain 2 land use permits, one from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, one from the MLE Conservation Parks, and that'll make it's one Ministry law letters, but next slide I'll explain it. So 1 year. All right, so our first land use permit we have to obtain, it's a yearly permit. You get this every year and allows our parklands to be open from April 1st and it ends November 31st. So we only have the parkland 6 months a year. It's a 20-year regular ground land. We can use it unrestricted. They can't free, do whatever we want. Snowmobile, that sort of thing. So they only give it to us for 6 months a year. We gotta renew it every year. That's one thing we have in our art. It describes all the areas approved for use. It outlines the township's responsibilities, so what we have to do within it. And it also states requirements for liability insurance. And every year we're required to do an annual report on the revenues, expenditures, problems, and complaints. And our MOE permit, it's a little different. It's every 5 years. And I actually, before we were doing this, I didn't even know this one existed. So Brooke enlightened me a little bit. So this one's a 5-year permit. It expires this year. States all the areas approved for use, outlines the township's responsibilities, states liability insurance and requirements. So the cost of our yearly one with M&R is $461.62, and our MOE one is $430.60. That's spread 5 years. Obviously renewals this year, so I'm not sure what that is going to be in the future here. But anything you want to add to that, Brooke? That's your expertise, Mike.
No, you described it great, Willis. Thank you.
All right, we do have some partnerships to help with revenue. As I said, there's no tax dollars goes into this program. The only money we get are from the trail folks and the buy our permits and our camping folks. But we do have 3 other resources. We have partnerships with Eastern Ontario Trail Lines, Ottawa Valley ATV Club, and Bytown Motorcycle Association. So what they do is they give us some financials for maintaining the roads, maintaining the trail system. And in turn, we allow all their users and their folks with their permits to use our resource, our road launch, our ground land roads within the parklands. So that's our trade-off. In 2009, our online booking began, and that was a huge help. We had a lot of conflicts before that, and actually in 2009, number was telling me about this. Pre-2009, when you bought a permit, you just went camping. So you go to our site, you have to display your permit, but there wasn't assigned campsites. So you just went down one of your favorites. Got to 22. Well, if someone's on it, you got to go to 23 or find one. You won't find one that's open. That's how It was up until 2020 or 2009. 2009, you had to go online. That's when you actually booked a specific site. Kind of like booking your hotel. I want to be on Gull Lake, site 22, see when it's open, and you book them dates, and that was exclusively yours. So that's when it happened. We did have a few hiccups that year. I was made aware of. They did leave purchasing permits open to a few businesses. Spelled. So we could have been on the site 20 Big Gull 22 will say, and someone just went that day and bought a permit for 22 at a local convenience store. And we had conflict. We bought permit the same day. So that was a bit of a learning curve that year, but that was only a 1 year deal. And staff is busy dealing with conflicts out there that summer. But that's rectified. You can only book online for Parklands, for non-road permits, for campsites, and it's foolproof system. It works amazing. We're still using the same system today, and there's an additional $3 processing fee, so on the next slide sale prices. Yeah. So when you book online, I'll lose example. Campsites are $25 a night. Go for it, and it's $100. Then it's going to be under $3. Get a $3 processing fee. So our permits that we charge are daily, weekly, and seasonal. That's for your road permits if you just want to use the roads and access the lakes and low launches. And then obviously our road permits allows you to have one vehicle and one ATV. That's what you get for a permit. And our campsites are $25 a night and booked online, and you get a road permit for the duration of your stay as well. So you may be camped on Gull, but you can use the road system in any of the parklands while you're booked on your campsite. When you go online to book, there's a where it'll let you book. There's a box you got to click on the rules so you can understand the rules, the etiquette. I think a lot of people just click on it. Like how much you get read, but it's on there. You got to click where you book. Kind of the meat and potatoes, probably folks that are interested in doing it. Do we make any money at it? A little bit, but spend a lot too. So here's been our sales. 2015 to 2024, and you see in 2020 we took a huge spike in sales, and I imagine you just all guess what that was from.
Actually, you have a bit on their time, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can wind it up. You ready? No?
No, like,
8 minutes? All right, I'll speed through this now. Anyway, it's COVID, skyrocket program, and we obviously couldn't do anything else. They found our program. A lot of people didn't know about it, I think, and they found it, it's talked about it. And we thought it was dip after COVID ended, but it didn't. It's staying the same. Actually, this year, I think it's a little bit higher so far cookies than last year. And so that's been our revenue. Next page, excess revenue. Obviously, through the spike, you'll see we did make more of a profit, but then obviously you've seen that's going to be the normal level now. We're going on the whole budgets. Now we're spending a lot more on the road systems. Start and our infrastructure is starting to fail more. The old roads, culverts are running out. So, and cost, inflation, and whatnot. So you don't get full gravel is cheap anymore. It doesn't go very far. So expenditures are extremely up. Funds received for the program.
I've been informed that I've been before, so you have more time.
Until lunchtime.
Yes, you do. Yes.
Oh, wow, slow down.
He's gonna advance in his slides.
His slides are probably. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Here you go.
Next one.
Well, that was where we at. So you see our revenue was high for them years because we didn't spend as much and we were going off of our budget. What we were spending, because you're guessing every year changes. Weather dependent, storm dependent, lots of factors dependent. But then now we're putting the pile back into our road, so our numbers went down. So you'll notice 2023 is I think when Brooke took over, isn't it, Brooke?
Yeah, I like to spend money, can't you tell?
Like spending money, and I'll be honest, I teased her, but the program needed it. We have way better equipment. The guys, it's amazing. The roads are in better shape. Good job, Brookie. That's a fun for you, not a bad thing. Our next slide. Funds received for this program comes from a variety of sources, including mainly camping and road access permits. That's the main revenue. There's no taxation dollars, like I mentioned, so we don't get anything from the township. Ministry of Natural Resources, that it's in the slide, but one-time fee back in '97, but we don't receive any money from them at all. Once in a while, like right now, they still occasionally will do a little bit of work on the forest access roads when they're in Parklands. So if they're driving through and they got a little gravel on, and sometimes we'll try to guilt them into dumping a load of gravel on our road. So sometimes I get 2 or 3 loads of gravel of them occasionally. And the only other real revenue is a partnership agreement. So our 3 clubs we have partnership agreements with, and they give us some revenue to help maintain our road. So that's where our revenue comes from. Look, complaints. This is our record from last year. Like I mentioned, every year we have to send stuff to the Ministry of Natural Resources about what we know, all the stuff you're seeing. That's probably that worked on it last year's. So here's our complaints. It looks like a lot, but for 174 sites, probably 800 people on the ground every day, all summer long. That's what we had. So 5 excessive noise, 2 insects. If there's bugs up there, it's hard to believe. Mosquitoes, 2 black flies, you can believe it. Campers are not leaving the site at proper time. That happened a couple times. Campfire left smoldering upon the site. We have one site that is a little bit close to an ATV trail, so they're concerned about that. Parking, sometimes like a long weekend or something, we'll get full. We do have limited parking. We want to expand some parking lots, but it's hard to get permits. To spoke on that before. One we've been waiting 5 years to expand the parking lot. Can't get the permits through. So parking can be an issue once in a while, but the staff are ready to correct that. Broken prairie fire service, and garbage toilets. That's mainly people not using the facilities like they should be. They'll go everywhere sometimes, the mess. And fire pits, I have no idea. 2 fire pits, and can't elaborate. That is maybe you're weren't big enough. Maybe I'm not sure. So some of the challenges that you could face is funding. Obviously, our funding solely depend on people that are coming, and you're guessing at the funding. You're guessing at your budget lines, year to year. Upgrade the roads, special any more of the weather. It's huge for us. That's a lot of our challenges. These big special weather events, storms can get very saying take out the trees. 2-3 years ago, we had a big windstorm and so it caused the program to shut down for over a week. We just had to get the roads opened up. We got hit hard up there. And we still have some sites that are closed from that and never will be open. It's just devastated, demolished them. So thank God no working concern. Anyways, that was the positive part of it. But so weather is huge. We do have problems with weather, believe it or not. It can be fairly wet. We'll get a lot of cancellations last minute. Obviously, people can't rain, but it's pouring. A lot of do though. It's amazing. And extreme heat will cause you to get a drought. They put a fire ban on, pull a fire ban. You can have campfires. You get a lot of cancellations. Campfire. So lots of rain, too hot, bad weather, but lots of influence that can affect the next one. Program success. Very spoke for that. And employment can be a challenge. Like I say, right now, I don't want to pump Brooks tires, but since he's come along, we haven't had any staff turnover. People keep coming back. They enjoy their job. We got great compliance. We got a great team of staff, and doing a great job there. But it can be a challenge because it just takes 6 months a year for the program field supervisor, and the other 2 couple of years for the students. How many people want to keep coming back for 6 months a year employment? So it can be a challenge, but it also can be an opportunity because it does great work too. Right now, we're not having that challenge, but years ago, they had a lot of staff, obviously, for 12 reasons. To get good staff, on full-time jobs somewhere around that. And we got to train and try to teach people 11 lakes. That's not nice. They had to do it to me last year. I feel sorry for all the rocks and all the shoals. So folks are something, motors aren't going around, and it can be quite a challenge. And lost sites, like I said, we lose sites for various different reasons. Storms, special weather events may devastate them. We close down some just for rehabilitation. Just our business had too much community presence for so many years, and they be shut down to rejuvenate. So we'll shut them down that ways. And hawks are a big thing. It's kind of neat too, brings people, but we get a lot of hawks and bald eagles and stuff, and we'll be nesting. We'll pick these certain sites for homes, and so we shut them down on our sites anymore, unless they may leave someday. And obviously, there's staff roads with species at risk. So you have species at risk living on the site. Well, it's not a site. So these factors can cause the sites to close down, and many sites in the program, less revenue. Opportunities, obviously, big stuff. Tourism, it's bringing money, it's bringing people to our community, which is huge. Especially, like I say, 70% ground land. We need to bring people into our communities to spend money and support the small local businesses, and it's huge economic development. You mentioned before, it's trail economic development is really important. A lot of these campers have been coming for almost like 27 years since it started. Now that you're close to retirement, that's what a lot of them want to do. They want to move there, build a house or buy one. And so it's amazing. Expansion. Brooke's been working hard. We want to do an expansion on our full road for dry land sites. A lot of people don't have a full, or they don't have a truck to get the full kayaks and it's lakes, and they just want dry land camping with access to water. So we're trying to provide that with the permits in, and we'll see if we get approved someday. But we'd like to expand because we have lost quite a few sites for storms and birds and all kinds of things in these years. Sales, obviously. We want to opportunity to get sales to create revenue for your municipality and more importantly for small businesses and your community. Off-season opportunities, that's something we haven't tapped into because our lease basically only 6 months a year, but you may need to get one on or town that are doing things in the winter out of the winter trail system. I know a lot of people, we have a lot of winter camping now, which is unheard of when this program started. So people out camping on our sites in the winter deer hunting season, big hunting area. They're using our sites for deer hunting or something. They're doing it after it closes, so they're doing great. But it's great. We come back this spring, we're all teams. It works exactly like the mentality's changed so much. It's awesome. But there's lots of opportunity in the winter for that. I think they have tapped into yet because we can't have yet. Anyways, and something new that's happened: short payment in the field. It's been a one period cash anymore. So when you're in the field, you get somebody, they don't have a permit. I got money to buy with because we're working on a payment in the field, but then we need cell phone reception for work, so it's still going to be limited because a lot of the roads don't have cell phone reception, so still might sneak way out. Anyhow, some helpful tips of the right staff. That's key. It's a customer based university. You have to be customer oriented and talking to really dozens of people a day, trying to make them happy, friendly smile, cleaning up their messes. The right staff is huge. Staff present is huge. You have to have enough staff to cover. Like everybody every weekend, they're asking pretty well to be staff. Stop in, talk to them, say how you do it, make sure they're compliant. So that gets around so they know where you're going to lose your compliance. They don't know you're out there watching them, making sure they're compliant. They won't. So you have to have staff presence. You have to educate the public, educate the community, educate counselors, educate ourselves. Lots of education needs to go along. Patience. Like I said, it was 5 years before Norm figured this job was maybe he was going to survive. And he finally seen it turn around, and it was a huge positive. So be patient. Quality equipment. We're not using bolts that with duct tape and sealant and stuff on so much anymore. We've got some better equipment to get around, better motors. We have what is 7-year turnaround, bro, on our equipment now.
Yeah, 7-year turnaround. And as we're seeing with the quality of stuff that's being built in today's world, we're probably going to have to shorten that up a little bit.
Yeah, ribbon boats aren't handling the roads too well. They're expensive, so lots of things. Online booking, definitely if you're going to start in this project, get an online booking systems and all the problems we had in the past, you can rectify them right out on it. Have an online booking system that, and specify the site. So the site you just don't. Once in a while, some of the old school campers will want the old way. Just go where you want it. That's not ever gonna happen again. A lot of conflict there. Build relationships. We have built relationships with Brooke, who's done that with the ETB club. Build relationships with conservation authorities. Build them with indigenous groups. Build them with your township and your counselors. Everyone around your lake associates. It's really important. Build relationships with them and work for common goals to accomplish what you want to accomplish. And I seen on someone else's slide earlier, it's on each map, and that's huge. You have to have good signage, good and oversights out of rules. Yeah, can't protect what 3 words for safety. You can't oversign stuff. Some people actually do not read it, look at them, so it helps. And the ones that don't, well, the other person that read it will tell it. So signage is huge. YouTube. That's about all I got. The PowerPoint on as I thought. Open for questions. Anyone's interested might have a very good time for questions if anybody has any. Yes.
I just want to say that if somebody who doesn't do public speaking, you're really good.
Oh. Thanks. I was pretty nervous until now.
You're natural.
Yes.
I was wondering how, I think they can hear me, I'm a loud talker. But I was wondering, do you get involved in the portage between the reservoir lakes and the parklands?
No, we haven't got involved that at all.
It seems to me a lot of the campus, especially myself, I'm a small demographic here in this room, but they're moving around the lakes and portage in Big Gull, Crotch Cat, Big Gull Loop. And
Yeah.
you haven't heard of any issues then, or?
No, I actually haven't. I know there is a bit of a loop. People do it, but we don't want to be part of that. And I've never, other than 2 or 3 people, I've never heard a lot about that. But it was something that, what you say, obviously interested in it. Some people, but no, it's something I haven't had any part in. So,
I'll if I can add into that, Willis.
yeah,
Um,
sure.
Yeah, so we don't have any portage routes that's township maintained right now. The loop that you're referring to, we do get lots of questions about. The issue being with that is a lot of it now is being recognized that it does cross quite a bit of private property. So trying to maintain those partnerships in today's world, we have to, have partnerships and agreements and liability insurance. And another big issue we have is, as you see, we have 3 seasonal staff to maintain 11 lakes and 174 campsites. To start getting, guys off the lakes and going through portage routes is quite time consuming. So it's not something that we can do with our current staffing. And so that's one issue. And the second issue is trying to make sure we have the appropriate agreements for crossing private property.
You serve a lot more I have, but yeah, thank you.
Actually, if I could add to that, we do have a poster on the portage routes. Alex is our expert on the portages because he's an active canoeist. But at FYI, back in the 70s or 80s, M&I actually commissioned MBCA to work with them, and they established or re-established a lot of those trails, portage routes. And so we think of, the portages as a water type or facility. So anyway, other questions for William?
Thank you. Go ahead.
So this is more about camping and opportunities. So you mentioned that you might be developing more dryland sites.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the 174 are they all like hike-in or boat-in sites?
Yes, we don't hike in sites. We can all drive a car to them all. We have, I'm sure off the top of my head, I'm going to say maybe 15 or 20 of them. You drive the car right to your sites. All the other ones, you're driving to the boat launch, watching your boat or canoe or kayaking or paddling or motorboats. More on the spin there.
104.
There's not all of them. Some of the lakes have a few dry ones. There's not many, and they're booked. I'll give an example. Beautiful Parklands. I want to camp myself. So our booking opens. What is it? November 1st, isn't it, Brooke? For the
Yes.
fall. So November 1st of this year, you can book sites for next year. That's kind of the busy day of the year. So it was open for about 3 hours. Okay, I said, well, so a lunch break, I'm on the computer, I'll go to sites so we can drive to kids and buy another couple of lunch to go with us. And it's a lot easier to drive to, take everything out of the truck. There's nothing, I couldn't get a weekend. They're all booked in 3 hours for the full year. So I got a couple of flights booked midweek. So I need some holidays, bro. August. Anyhow, so that they do fill up fast. So the dry land would basically be a hard pole road. There's 5 lakes up there. That's what we're applying for. So we have a Red Horse, Grand, Hungry, Mare, and a Bowman. So in between them lakes, we thought we would do some just you to drive to, and they're not on the water, but so we can camp, enjoy the nature, and they whatever you choose to do, and it just gives more opportunity to people that, like I say, a lot of people can't afford a truck, don't have kayak, and canoe and a boat. And the ATV crowd, the thing I have people it's on a big ATV run and just want to stop and pitch a tent for the night. So trying to tap into that a little, but not sure, but hopefully it does. I want to expand this place. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I just wondered about, is there much logging going on up there, how that works with your camping?
No, it's not anymore. Now there's you get up to Beach's Corners, it's still logging up there some. We're your plans, we're not logging now. I did see a few marked trees, I think just north of the Parklands. There's the M&R just fixed up the road between California and our Parklands last year, and this week they're all on our roads, but magnetite on it for time. So it's really we'll have to drive a Cadillac to California now. Don't forget to get your permit when you enter us. But I did see some look like Mark bushes up there, so I'm guessing I'd like to fix out that. It's gonna be a bit along the north Parklands. Kind of guessing, but there's some forest blocks still up there, which is right near our Parklands tight right now. It's we covered it all of it, I think, so we're kind of lucky that way.
Cool.
Go ahead.
I feel like the current government might be receptive to the idea of your off-season expansion plans. Have you had any indication about expanding your land use permits to allow those sort of,
Yeah.
snowmobile?
For the summer, we've thought about it some, but we haven't, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't went in depth there because obviously the cost and the establishment for
Yeah.
the revenue, we don't know if it'd be there. Obviously, though, I think our toll road's already approved, so wheel trail. Okay. So we can't take that away from anyone charging the extra revenue there, so. Winter camping, I don't, there, you see it, it's happening, but is it to the point that Ford have staff to maintain it on snowmobiles and that sort of thing?
Yeah.
We've never really indulged that deep to see who would be
Yeah.
worth revenue wise, but it's interesting, something in time will definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you might start with a more limited scope, certainly.
Yeah, yeah, just a small area, just how it goes, yeah. No, I'm sure they probably would work for this, or
Yeah.
hopefully.
I mean, of course, then you're dealing with challenges of weather all through the whole.
That's right. Yes.
I'm just curious if there is a burn ban on, do you allow propane fire pits to be used at that time?
Propane, yes. Yeah, if you want to cook on propane and stuff, sure can. Yeah, just no open air burning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Willis, I have a question.
Yes.
Are any of the campsites in the area that's currently under negotiation of the First Nation? And could you maybe elaborate on what you both work on, what role, if any, the township has in that sort of future planning process?
We do have a very large portion of Crotch Lake is in obviously the Crotch Lake Game Preserve, and we have the Honky Land Claim. It's in that area, and we'll put Brooke on the spot. I'm gonna pass that on to you. You know a little more in depth about that if you want.
Yeah, not a problem. So, so we definitely do have sites that are part of the land claim as well. Our biggest concern that could be coming up for the Parklands is the Crotch Lake Provincial Park. So we have been meeting just to see, what impacts this could possibly have on us. It really is kind of a sensitive topic that we're definitely working and consulting and trying to figure out what we can do to all work together and hopefully not have too big of an impact on our parklands, but also ensuring that Indigenous rights are being looked at as well. So as of right now, we don't have any big updates, but there is definitely some consideration for the future that we could have potential loss of sites.
I was wondering, how do you measure your parklands, say around School Lake? Do you have a 30-meter setback, you need the shoreline allowance now?
Yeah, every lake that are parklands, we have the 66-foot shore allowance. So that plus within our LUP, I didn't read the booklet, but the Minister of Natural Resources give us big chunks of land too around the lakes, part of our LUP, so it's more of the shore allowance. Maybe just on some lakes, maybe the 66-foot. Obviously, we have the lower allowances. But then we have a big parcel of the land back onto the lakes that are within our LUP supposed to be us as well. So we have a minimum 66-foot shore allowance plus big chunks of land. Well,
Is that not delineated on your websites?
I don't think it is on the website. No, I just have it in my booklet of our annual every year under LUP that we get from the ministry. You get it. Booklet and mapping what they allow, what lots of possessions they put on their LUP. But that information is not on our website, I don't believe. Is Brooke like that? Our big lots and stuff are big lots.
Yeah, no, we don't list that on our website. If it's something that you're interested in, shoot us an email. It's definitely a public document. I can certainly share it, but it's not something we, put on our website or anything like that.
All right, thank you.
Just another hand here.
I have another question. Oh, sorry, somebody there. No, okay. So, Brooke, I'm wondering if you could expand on the purpose behind the MECP permit. I understand that in another one as, expand land use permit, but I don't understand why MECP is such a staple and why you're requiring a permit.
Yeah, absolutely. So this came back into play in 2020. So it's the Hungry Lake. So I'm just trying to find the Hungry Lake Conservation Reserve and Crotch Lake Conservation Reserve. So because they're conservation reserves, they aren't looked after by the Ministry of Natural Resources, and that switched in 2020 to now be looked after by the Ministry of Environment. So we have certain sites that are within those conservation reserves that we had to get another land use permit with MOE to be able to utilize those sites. So it's something on how the ministries are organized, and who looks after what just the basic crown land versus the conservation reserves.
Now I get it. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so Rich Allen is the manager of economic development at Parklands County. He's been developing the Parklands and the Trail as part of the strategic economic development project at Parklands County for the last 7 years. His team is tasked with business support, destination development, and passion for the region in addition to the development of sales itself. So, without further ado, welcome, Richard.
Hi. Everybody can hear me, I hope. Thanks. So my name is Richard. I got the coveted spot of post lunch for speaking. So if you nod off for your post lunch nap, I won't take it any offense whatsoever. As Sally said, I've been with Parklands County for 7 years. A little something about my when I took the job. I actually was a municipal councilor, and I resigned midterm to take the job because it'd be too much conflict. My role is economic development, not recreation, not public works, not forestry, not conservation. And the first day on the job, when we went through the interview process, we talked about promotion. I have a business background, marketing, these kinds of things. And they handed me a hard hat, and I said, I don't know anything about infrastructure. They're like, we have to go build trails today. And I said, well, what? And the person who I was replacing was like, today's my last day. And so it was a real sharp learning curve when it came to trails for me at Parklands County. But I've got 7 years under my belt, and I think I'm a bit more than contractors do at this stage when it comes to building trails. What I'm here today to talk to you about is the Eastern Ontario Rail Trail Loop, and it's really something that's kind of been building. This idea has kind of been building independently across Eastern Ontario in our own relevant municipalities and communities in some way, shape, or form. And we started to see the connections of these investments that the municipalities have been making between a set of rail lines and converting them into recreational trails. So, if this is how I move forward. So the concept of this is a 360-kilometer off-road cycling experience that would be go through multiple counties, 4 counties in Eastern Ontario. It involves 4 recreational trails: the Cataraqui Trail, the K&P Trail, the Algonquin Trail, and Ottawa Valley Recreational Trails. And those are all connected to other trails as well. So they're not this loop, this concept is tiny on the screen. It's much bigger than that. This concept is almost entirely, I think I've got it down to, it's about 95% off road. There's only a few sections where you have to go from the OBRT in north of Smith Falls to the Caxwell south of Smith Falls. And from in California, you have to follow some road. There's a couple other spots, but for the most part, it is very attractive to a cycling community because there's not roads. We see the growth and explosion of gravel cycling right now in Ontario and across North America because people don't want to share the roads with cars. And they do have to share with ATVs on some of these trails, but that's sort of the unique experience of being in Ontario, being on our trails in Ontario. We have stewards who use the ATVs in our community, and that's the thing new. 75% of this loop is already designated Trans-Canada Trail. There's just a gap between Charlotte Lake and Renfrew, and we think that we can make the case to Trans-Canada Trail that they could close that gap and make this whole loop part of their network as they go forward. We think they'd be an incredible partner in helping us market this product to folks further afield. So there's a number of partners involved in this conversation. We've been talking for about 2 years. The initiative is being led by Ontario's Highlands Tourism Organization, which is an RTO, which is a regional tourism organization that covers northern Ontario or northeastern Ontario between Ottawa and Algonquin Park and a little bit of Algonquin Park, basically. So Lanark, Renfrew, and Frontenac counties are all part of that, and we're all part of this project. In fact, the KMP Trail is the one trail in this network that is shared by all three of the counties involved, or will be shared once we finish our negotiations with the CA to acquire. But then we have Smith Falls. They're really excited. They have the smallest amount of this, but they're really excited to be the gateway to this experience. Counter Conservation is involved. This goes through 2 regional tourism regions. So Southeastern Ontario is involved as well. Ottawa Valley Tourism Association and the Temple of Rideau Lake. So there are a number of different levels of government, different types of management bodies all involved in this partnership. We see the idea for this vision being something that's really attractive to a potential cycle tourist. 360 kilometers, not likely done in a single day, so that has economic implications. And me, I do economic development. If I'm doing trails, I'm doing it for the purpose of bringing money into my community. Otherwise, I'll have to give it to the recreation guys. And so that's why I get involved here with the trails. And so, as you can say, the vision here is to set this loop as what's called export-ready tourism. And so export-ready means that we can market it to international visitors, that it has at least all the expectations that somebody who traveled to Canada would have of having a cycling experience on a rail trail loop. That's going to take some time because I think international standards for some of this kind of product are a little higher than what we currently have in our recreation. The availability of fresh water, accommodations, bathrooms. I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So the project launched with some funding from FedDev, the tourism, some tourism funding brought us together here. And the project starts with an assessment. So we did a market readiness assessment of the whole 360-kilometer loop. And we're now in the process of presenting the results of that assessment to each of the municipalities, each of the counties and partners that are involved in the management of the trails, to then make a determination of whether or not we want to continue to work towards setting this vision, because there is work to be done in all of our communities, and it's a little bit different in each of our communities. And so phase 2, which we've sort of started to engage in now, involves making those decisions about how we want to move forward to make this export ready as the managers of the trail. But we're also starting to engage our communities and our other partners. So that partnership clause, I expect to expand to include a lot more lower tier municipalities to have other types of groups, business groups involved, and to help us promote it, cycling groups. And what we want to do is bring those folks together, because one of the things that I've noticed with our trails is that they're really recreational infrastructure, the way we approach it as a municipal. We bring them together for our citizens. But from a tourism perspective, we have to teach our businesses how to capitalize, how to help us promote these trails, and we have to bring them together. So later this fall, we're going to be doing a series of workshops all around the loop in the communities to be able to help bring more parties together, especially the business community, because we need the business community to be supportive and lead this because they're the ones who are going to be serving those visitors on the trail that are doing multi-day trips. So the market readiness, just a quick overview of the process. We invited Jane McCullough of Terminus Consulting to come in, and she spent 2 weeks. She traveled every inch of the trail. She did on-site field assessment, so she looked at the quality of each of the trails and each section of the trail. She looked at what materials are available for trip planning online. How do I find out about your trail? How do I know if it's open or closed? How do I know where to stay, where to get food when I'm planning my trip? All of those types of things that a visitor might be looking for. She did some additional mapping and data collection and evaluated the user experience. So she didn't just drive the trail with everybody. She rode the bike, and that's the photo of her on the KMP trail there, riding the bike. So she identified a number of strengths. One of those is the municipal buy-in. Almost all of the communities that are located on this loop love their trail. They embrace the trail. They want to. They think it's great, and they want to see this benefit from the trail. They really see that tourism benefit. One of the things that is important in terms of a national tourism strategy is first thing. So our cities are getting hit with a lot of tourists, and they want to get a lot of those visitors out of the cities and into other parts, lower yield places. And we're within proximity of 3 major airports: Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa. You can get to these trail networks by train or even bike from Ottawa onto the trail network. So you can find your way here pretty easily if you wanted to, and we think that is positioning this product in a strong way. And so that's the proximity to large tourism hubs that's on here as a benefit. And then what we also have is diverse landscapes. And so you really see the Frontenac Arch biosphere. You really see the Canadian Shield coming in. You see idyllic farmlands. It's not the same type of experience every day while traveling on that loop. You're going to see an experience different parts of what makes Eastern Ontario lovely. And then lastly, most rail trails are out and back. Does anyone know what the most famous Canadian rail trail is? Anyone heard of Petit Train du Nord? Yes. Yes. So I would call that the most famous one. It has the highest level of economic impact, the largest number of annual visitors. They've had all their towns are fully invested in it. But it's out and back. You have to go back the same way you came, or get picked up at the other end or something. With a loop, you can imagine eventually where you can come back. And we were talking about paddling earlier, and whenever I plan a paddling trip, it's always got to be a loop. I don't want to go the same lake I was on before. And so it's a similar thing for marketing this. You don't get to see that in rail trails very often. In terms of challenges, there's some infrastructure gaps. The Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority portion of the KMP Trail needs some love. That's a picture. It's famous now. The swimming part of the rail trail that the cyclists get to go on. The ATVers love it because they love to splash, but it's not, as a municipal trail owner, as a liability, heartache for me. And so I can't wait. We're in the process of agreement where counties are going to take over. I can't wait to do it. This is beautiful country up there too. We have service gaps in Frontenac County. There are huge stretches where there's no food and beverage, no accommodations, no camping permitted along the trail. Currently, we're not quite sure how we want to manage that yet. And so how do you promote a multi-day trip if there's nowhere to stay? And so those are, I'm an economic developer, so that sounds like I have a mission ahead of me. But we also need like the supportive services, everything, bike rental, or providing people with bags for their bikes, or even just moving luggage from one destination to the next. Those kinds of shuttles and luggage. So those are some of the key gaps that we need to fill in terms of it. We're hoping actually some of this trail is very close to the North Frontenac Parklands. We're hoping that they'll put some sites along the trail up that way that they because they know how to manage them, they know how to book them. We don't have any of that experience, and we can lean into our partners in North Frontenac and do that. That's don't tell any politicians I said that yet, but that's what I'm hoping secretly that we'll do. And then we have to harmonize. The folks in Lanark County, the folks in Renfrew County, the folks in Frontenac County, the folks at Cataraqui Conservation, we've all developed our trails with different visions, different plans, different bylaws. We've kind of looked at each other's stuff, but we haven't necessarily picked the same direction. If we want to have a seamless user experience, that means that they should have the same sort of expectations of like what their trail experience is. There can be some minor differences, but we want to make sure that like the bylaws are in a place that makes that experience very clear, and signage as well to support that. So those are pretty key. I also mentioned the ATVs earlier, and we had the World Trails Conference was hosted in Ottawa back in September. We brought some delegates from the World Trails Conference, mostly from Europe, out on the loop to see what they feel like. And they were really nervous about this idea of ATVs. They saw that it could work here, and that was working here. But their main concern wasn't that they had to share with a motorized vehicle, although it was a concern, was volume. Because in Europe, trails are just exploding. They don't have enough room on trails for their intended purposes. You have to have time ticket access to some of the trails, things like that. We don't necessarily have that issue, but it's something that we might, if we're going to be successful in getting more and more cyclists and more people on our trails, we might have to think about how we manage that volume and how we manage those interactions between what seems like incompatible uses and educating those users prior to talking about what that looks like, especially when we're appealing to the cycling market. Next steps, I spoke about the grassroots engagement. We're going to go start talking to our partners, start talking to our businesses, start talking to communities at the ground level to let them know about this idea, get them involved, try to build a bit more of a movement towards establishing that. We're going to have to start meeting to establish some governance. How does this, right now these are multiple trails governed by multiple entities with multiple structures. How are we going to manage that? Is it a partnership agreement? Is there an arm's length organization? Is there something else that happens? What does that look like? What are we comfortable with? How does that evolve? We have to have some of those conversations because that needs to investment. We don't have like shared understanding of how it's governed. We're going to start being like, well, we're investing in our trails, but Frontenac County isn't. But we want to make sure that we're making those investments and that we're doing things as in partnership with our partners. And then micro promotion. So we don't have to promote the whole loop. Go back to the loop for a second. We don't have to promote all 360 kilometers all at once. In fact, the typical trail user or the typical person we're going to attract initially isn't going to be somebody who's going to do all of this. But it might be somebody who does one day, a day trip or 2-day trip. So let's let them know that they can do a day trip as part of this loop, and maybe they can do day trips to try and achieve the whole loop over the course of a year or a couple of years. We could get events and say, this event is taking place on this trail. And did you know that this trail is part of this loop? These are the kind of ways that we sort of start to raise the profile of this idea and start to get attention to it. And there'll be those people who are really adventurous, who will go through those puddles, no problem, who will camp even though they're not allowed to. And they'll tell other people about it. And we'll hear their stories and we'll start to understand a little bit more of what we need to do to appeal to those markets and grow that market. So that's, that's kind of like part of the marketing and growing is like getting things active on the trail, with events and existing experiences. And then in the more distant future, maybe we brand the whole loop. The Eastern Ontario Rail Trail Loop is too hard to say. So maybe we have a brand. Maybe we have a comprehensive visitor tracking program that we share between municipalities. And then, like, how do we fill those gaps with investment attraction and community organization? There's a lot of opportunities that we can pursue that way. If you want more information or you want to follow this, you can go to Ontario Highlands website here at the bottom of the slide. You can find the Regional Trail Development Partnership by searching their website or going into their programs part of their page. But our vision is to see people out experiencing our part of the world, visiting businesses, exploring this part of Eastern Ontario and kind of growing our profile. And we think that we can do that with all of our partners. And one of the big parts that before I stop, Sally really wanted me to talk about partnership. It really started, we were all at an event in Parklands. There was a cycling event. There was somebody who sort of identified parts of this as a potential product from the cycling community. And all of the right tourism people were in the room. I didn't know anything about tourism either when I started in economic development, but it also is under my portfolio. And so I had been meeting tourism organizers and tourism organizations for a while. It's part of what I do. And one of the most interesting things is that the tourism people know that people want to do this kind of thing. And the people who build and maintain the trail don't know what those people want. Like the tourism people aren't talking to our public works managers or our trails guys. And we've, as part of this partnership, tried to be very intentional about bringing both the infrastructure guys or girls, or however they identify, into the fold with the tourism folks as well. And say, this conversation we have to have together, because if we're saying we need to make sure there's fresh water every 10 kilometers or something, how are we going to achieve that? Is that something that's our responsibility? Is that something else's responsibility? What's that look like? How do we let people know that the trails open or close because of washness or other concerns? I do both, so I wear both hats, so I can understand both. But it's something that was really new in the room when we started looking at the assessment for this process. So we walked away, we said, we have this, and we all ended up, it was the right time of year. So we all had a little bit left over in our annual budgets that we had to use before we lose it. And there was a grant application. So we were like, let's all put our money together that we had left over, a couple $1,000 here, $1,000 there, matched it with this grant. We got the grant, and that started the ball rolling. So sometimes it just takes being in the right place at the right time to get an idea going. I think we were, based on the investment that we've been making in these rail trails, it was going to happen soon. So that's it. That's all I've got. I hope everybody's still awake, so we're doing it. Yes.
I just wondered whether the city of Ottawa has been in alcohol or included in any of the conversations too.
No, not yet, no.
Because we have the rules cycling money.
Yeah.
And we have an economic development and tourism office, and I think this might be something that the people would see qualified in.
But it makes sense, right?
As you said, it's a pretty direct connection from the Ottawa out through the Trans-Canada Trail.
You make a lot of sense. One of the biggest things I've been trying to do is I've been very Kingston centric in terms of local market. And I'm trying to be as well. Actually, Carlton Play, Mississippi Mills is actually a market that we should be bringing in front of it. But when we look at this, larger piece, I should be taking that same kind of approach and say, oh, Ottawa has the marketing dollars to promote this for us. right? We don't have to worry about promoting it so much as like making sure it works so that they can feel comfortable promoting it. So I think that's it.
And it's something else, looking at it as regional.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
something else that our economic development tourism people could be if in about launching because of things to do when you come to Ottawa. You could do a fantastic.
Right. Their hotels could outposts out for us and all over that. Perfect thing. I appreciate that. That's really good. I hadn't gotten there in my original thinking. So thank you.
I think it's a great question. You framed it well. I mean, I know, but now I know. So thanks for that. But as with 360, how's that rank on, this sort of opportunities around Canada and the world? Is it big? Is it small? Is it?
So there's a new kind of cycle tourism that's been really growing lately called bikepacking. So bikepacking is usually self-supported, so you carry everything on your bike, and it's multi-day, and it goes for a really popular route that involves roads and trails and paths and parks in our region is called the Log Drivers Waltz, and it is 800 kilometers long. So, and people will go and do that for 2 weeks. That's their summer holiday. Like they'll just go, or they'll do it. So I think the fastest known time limit is 4.5 days or something. So they're just riding bikes like that. So it's a moderate to reasonable market, and in terms of the world for like in the assessment, we're saying our long term vision is that this loop, anyone with a reasonable bicycle could do this loop with some gears and some batteries. The infrastructure is flat and stable, so those folks tend to go about anywhere from 25 to 75 kilometers a day. So that can fit within a week. Like to do the whole loop, that can fit within a week or so kind of trip for folks. And so I think that makes it appealing too.
It's nice, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel really good about it.
I have two questions. You mentioned day trips for bikes.
Yeah.
Do you promote the day trip option?
So that's
like the out and back type of thing, I guess.
so yeah. So those are the kinds of things that our partnership needs to start working on with both the cycling clubs who are already establishing those trips and with Finland for ourselves, mostly leaning into the tourism organization to put those in a package or itinerary that can be easily advertised to people. Come to Mississippi Mills, hop on the OVRT and ride for a day down to Chafe's Locks. Maybe have lunch there and come back. So
related to that is, are there sections where it's nice to walk the trail for half a day and then back or something? Because some people don't want to bike, right? You just want to walk. Maybe have lunch with the balls or whatever, right?
Yeah, so in trails, I make signs from a trail, and the amount of little icons of what you can do on the trail keeps getting longer every time you make a new sign. And so our goal for this project is to market it towards cycling, because we sort of see an expanding market that we in gravel and off-road that we can serve. But I think that we shouldn't exclude any other markets that are involved. It's just our focus is on cycling. There are some areas that are much nicer to walk than others, and that's because there's a canopy or something to kind of like maybe a creek to walk to and kind of see, or there's some sort of destination. And part of the work we have to do is identify those destinations or sites so that people can plan and trust.
So you know what, I think it's a neat idea because it may be a way of introducing somebody to go, geez, I might like to cycle this, right? You just come for a walk and then.
Exactly.
So it's.
Yeah, it's not what we find is like walkers who walk dogs like it, but walkers who want to go for a hike like those more single tracking up and down, or say. Yes.
I was wondering the ATV clubs and the snowmobile clubs, they put a lot of money into these trails for maintenance, whatever, and they do it through permits and licensing. I can remember cyclists used to try a license. Is there any talk of something like that happening with cyclists?
That's an interesting. So I would suggest, and this hasn't been decided, but like if someone was to do this, they should do it like a convener. So you don't buy a permit, you buy an expensive map that you get stamps on or something that sort of proves your journey, and that goes back into it in a similar way, so that you've completed that cycling trip. It's something you can take home, but but it also contributes similar to the way permits do. Um, Cycling and because I said the types of things that can go on trails now is advancing. It's still hard to get into the world of trying to figure out who's going to enforce them, who's going to follow up on those things. But it's a good idea. We have a really great ATV club, and you guys do here as well. They're really interested in supporting trails, not just ATVs, and the community on trails, and we provide safety to our cycling events that take place. They're happy to be there and participate. When we did the tour, we actually took our international visitors out in ATVs on the trail, which most of them had never been in an ATV before because they're not as prevalent in Europe as they get. So, yeah.
Very good. Well, Richard, I'm gonna offer a comment, and then I have one last question.
Sure.
So, my comment is that, as I mentioned off the top, my grandmother was raised on a farm outside of Stittsville. And so when she went to high school, this is in the 1920s, she actually moved in with her brother who owned the general store in Stittsville. And she would take the train every day into Carlton Place. That's where she went to high school. So now it's a rail trail, and I belong to a walking club, and we regularly go on the rail trail. And I was speaking to a friend through the group, and she said, you know, we should really cycle to Carlton Place one day and go for lunch and go back. And that's my kind of bike trip. I'm not into that.
Well, that's like if you don't know the ATV market very well, that's primarily what ATVers do around here. I find certainly in Frontenac County, they're looking for a Sunday drive. They want to go out for half a day or a whole day. There's a meal at the other end. They want to see nature. They don't want to be on a busy road, and that's what they do. Most folks imagine the ATVs that are on the trails to be moving at exceptional speeds, trying to do fancy donuts and stuff. They're really just souped up golf truck as far as I'm concerned, most of the time. And folks really like that, and it's social for them. And that's what the cycling community, those who are part of the cycling community do that, but they're usually people who will go 100 kilometers for lunch. And most of us normals would prefer that to be like 10 kilometers there, 10 kilometers back. So that's what we need to work on as establishing this destination. So thank you.
So then I had a quick question. I have cycled in West Quebec along the river, forget the name of that route. But they do have outhouses at regular intervals, which I know they are very much appreciated. You know how that system works? Like, does each municipality sort of take responsibility to each one or? Quebec
has a really great system for both motorized trail use and non-motorized trail use. And there are separate systems that some of them overlap, and some they've been doing this for a long time. We have a lot we can learn from Quebec. Our biggest challenge is we don't have the spaces anymore that we can put these multiple trails into in the same way. Yeah, we don't have to look very far for to understand how they do it. So I have no idea how that system works. Right now, the outhouses that we have on our trail are paid for the ATV club, and so that's something that we benefit from. That everyone gets to use it, but we benefit from it.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. That was very informative.
You're welcome.
Okay, so our next presentation is remote. I'd like to introduce you to Lisa Turnbull from TRCA, Toronto Region Conservation Authority, and Roman Dorfman from Hydro One. They're going to be speaking to us about secondary uses of hydro corridors, and in particular the Meadoway project as a case study. Lisa is responsible for leading and overseeing multidisciplinary project teams and internal project services, and provides strategic direction to enable planning and implementation of special projects such as the Medway. And Robin Dorfman has worked for Hydro One since 1991, various roles, including transmission lines, land use, and units. So I'll move over to Lisa. You're starting the presentation, are you, Lisa?
No,
Okay.
I think I am
Okay,
Roman Dorfman here.
Okay, very good.
Um,
Are you able
I,
to share your screen?
do you guys see anything yet?
Nope.
Okay, I'll try it again. Bear with me. I was sharing. Any luck?
Yes, very good. If
Yeah.
you want to put it into presentation mode.
I will get there. Just bear with me for a second. I'm not used to Zoom. We deal with Teams. So
Go to the left, the far left, where it says from beginning. Great. Maybe up just about a little. And right there.
how's that? Any?
There you go. Very good. It's working.
Beautiful. That's what I like to hear. Hi, everyone. My name is Roman Dorfman. I am the Hydro One real estate representative for the Ottawa area. And me and Lisa had discussed this, and we decided that I should go first to kind of give everyone a background of how Hydro One's secondary land use program works. And what that is Hydro One has corridors throughout the province. And Hydro One permits secondary land uses. So the primary use is the transmission and distribution of electricity, and if the corridors allow, other uses are permitted. So I won't take long. I'll briefly go through everything, so everyone can get an idea of Hydro One's corridors and what it is that is permittable on the corridors and the process involved. So Hydro One's existing corridor and station portfolio includes 200,000 acres of Bill 58 lands, Hydro One easement corridors, as well as crown occupations for transmission and distribution of electricity. This also includes station lands. So Hydro One's land management team is the frontline delivery and coordination of the provincial secondary land use program. What that is lands that previously were owned by the old Ontario Hydro. In 2002, these lands were transferred to the province of Ontario, and Hydro One was granted statutory rights over those lands, as well as the obligation to manage those lands. So that's what we call Bill 58 lands. Now, Hydro One also owns some corridors that they acquired post 2002, as well as all station lands. Now, the occupations also, as I said a minute ago, include Hydro One has easements over private lands, as well as crown occupations on M&RF lands. The other thing that Hydro One's land management team looks after is the triage of complaints and grounds and site maintenance of its corridors. And now this maintenance is only on Hydro One owned lands and Bill 58 lands. On easement corridors and crown lands, it's up to the landowner to maintain those lands. Hydro One only has rights for its occupations. One other thing that Hydro One does is review planning applications of developments adjacent to its corridors to ensure that whatever is developed on those lands does not negatively impact the existing or future infrastructure within its corridors. Now, here's a bit of a chart that kind of outlines the owned lands and Bill 58 lands versus secondary rights that Hydro One acquires on easements and M&RF lands, on reserve lands, and so forth. And it kind of gives you a bit of a background of what's involved and the volume, because it's a very large province, and electricity needs to get to everybody from the Manitoba border all the way to the Quebec border, as well as interconnections with the states. Now, when I was speaking about Bill 58 lands, those lands were transferred to the province in 2002 under the Electricity and Transmission Act. And this slide here kind of gives you a bit of a background of what it is that's dealt with when we deal with Bill 58 lands and the primacy of use that was granted to Hydro One by the province. Now, the relationship that Hydro One has with the province, it's through different ministries. The Ministry of Infrastructure, we are tied to them directly, and they report to the Ministry of Government Services, Government and Consumer Services, as owner representatives, the province. Now, there are many uses that are permissible within Hydro One corridors, pending approval, regardless of who owns the lands and who doesn't. Even on corridors where Hydro One only has easement rights, we still carry out a technical approval to ensure that whatever is planned is done safely for all, for Hydro One's facilities, as well as the public that's invited onto those corridors. So here's a very basic outline of what is permitted typically on all corridors, pending approvals, as well as what is not permitted because of the integrity of the corridors and what is permissible from a technical standpoint as well as a legal standpoint. Now, the list is much larger than this, but these are general allowable and not allowable uses. Now, Hydro One allows the public onto its corridors through municipalities. So, for instance, in Ottawa, we have over 30 agreements with the City of Ottawa for public recreational uses, paths, soccer fields, what have you. And those are technically reviewed through Hydro One, be it on easement corridors or Bill 58 lands. There's much infrastructure that's also installed within these corridors, and those include public uses, water mains, sewers, and so forth, as well as commercial pipelines. Now, if approvals are granted to use Hydro One corridor lands, there's different types of agreements that are issued depending on the tenure of the lands, easements versus owned lands. And here's a small sample of the types of agreements that proponents enter into with Hydro One and the province, depending on ownership. This is a very general layout of the process when submitting proposals to Hydro One to use its corridor lands. Now, proponent could be a municipality, could be a private company or individual, submits a proposal, and then these steps are followed through. The process is a little bit cumbersome because there are numerous stakeholders that need to chime in on any reviews, be it from transmission lines personnel to engineering, to land use agents, to the province itself. There's a lot of due diligence that needs to be done to get any kind of uses within Hydro One corridors approved. So we want to make sure it's done safely for everybody, as well as the existing facilities. Here's some pictures of examples of not permitted uses. Snow piling. So when elevations increase, the clearances between the Hydro One transmission lines and anybody standing on top of the pile decrease. Hence, you don't need to touch the conductors to get zapped. Each types of voltage, 115, 230, or 500 kV, has limits of approach. So once you enter the magnetic zone, you can get zapped. Hence, this type of thing is not permitted. Now, here's a few other examples, as you can see, of things that cannot be permitted. Trees underneath the lines, trees grow into the lines, and then you have outages and so on. I just wanted to give everybody a quick look of what things that we cannot permit. I guess we'll do questions after Lisa has had a chance to present. Lisa is from the TRCA, Toronto Conservation Authority, and we have worked with Lisa's team a few years ago on the Meadowway in Scarborough, and this was installed on Bill 58 lands. So, Lisa, I'll turn it over to you, and then we'll do questions after, maybe.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Roman. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Roman, I think you just have to stop sharing before I can jump in, and I will try try to do that now.
Done.
Perfect. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, just give me a second because it's gone to my second monitor and I can't really see it. So here we go. And are we in presentation mode? My last check.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. The joys of remote working. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm here to build off of Roman's presentation and talk a little bit about the Meadowway as a case study for a project that was implemented within the secondary uses for Hydro One. Just to give you a little bit of background about the project itself, the Meadowway is a naturalization project that's transforming 16 kilometers of mow grass in the Gatineau Hydro Corridor in Scarborough into meadow habitat, active transportation links, and a vibrant public space. The corridor is a really critical connection from in the west end of Toronto at East Don, all the way out to Rouge National Urban Park in the east end. So you're probably familiar with either the park or the Toronto Zoo. So this is a connection all the way across the city that provides safer and more naturalized options for users to travel and also experience green space. So, in context, I would imagine most of you in the room know where Scarborough is. East end of the city itself. It's home to approximately 700,000 people, and many of them are new Canadians. The population is extremely diverse, and it has a long history of underinvestment in infrastructure and services, and is particularly deficient in parks and green space access. So it's also really densely developed and there's little opportunities to add or enhance green space. And that's why a project like the Meadowway has become so important to this community. I've got a little bit of an archive photo here, and it's from Toronto Archives in 1975. You can see the date on this, the kind of marker there. You can't read the smaller signs that we see here. They probably say something along the lines of no access, private property, that sort of thing. This may be taken in 1975, but the reality is until about 2011, most of the corridor in Scarborough did look like this. There wasn't public access, and it was mown, anywhere from 5 to 8 times a year. How did we go from looking at a corridor like that to thinking about the 16-kilometer stretch and a bigger vision? Well, it did start out with a pilot. We started very small in kind of the central area of the 16-kilometer corridor. It's right near McCowan Road in Scarborough, and one of the closest parks is Thompson Memorial, if you're familiar with the area. In 2011, we did a pilot there that looked at about 3.5 kilometers of area being restored into meadow habitat. And this all started by an inquiry from the local councillor who was looking to have some naturalization and beautification projects done in the area. And when we undertook this work, we had such overwhelming support from the community that really what we thought from there was, well, how can we expand on this? And, where can we go from here? At the time, Weston Family Foundation had invested in this pilot, and they actually even challenged us to be like, wow, like this has been so successful. The feedback's been unbelievable. Could you make this bigger? So going from that concept to the bigger vision, we had a lot of work ahead of us, and oops, sorry, I'm just moving to the wrong slide here too. And we brought this larger vision of going across Scarborough to the City of Toronto as a partner, and also to Weston Family Foundation, as I mentioned, and they really bought into it in a big way. Off the get-go, Weston Family Foundation committed to a $25 million pledge to advance this work, which was something more significant than we had ever experienced in terms of working with them as a conservation authority. They really had the confidence in us to deliver on this, and they really saw this as being something that could be a world-class model moving forward. And from there, we really launched the branding of the Meadowway project and started to interact with our stakeholders. It's been a feel-good project from the get-go that everybody wanted to be involved in, but we had to remember that we were still operating within an active hydro corridor that plays a critical role in the province, as Roman talked about. We're working in a space that has some really valid restrictions that we needed to consider. So starting our planning off, because of the scale of the multi-use trail, we did have to undertake municipal Class CA, Schedule C. And just to give you an idea of the stakeholders for this area, for the Gatineau Hydro Corridor, it's owned by Infrastructure Ontario, so by the province. And Romy, you'll have to correct me if I'm getting all the terminology wrong, but it's managed for the use of hydroelectricity commissioning with Hydro One. But then the City of Toronto is the entity that's entered into the recreational license with Hydro One to actually undertake work in the Meadoway. And then the Conservation Authority, TRCA, is kind of the third-party delivery person. So like, how many layers could you have here? And as you can imagine, when you have all of these agencies layered, it comes with complications and lots of stakeholders to manage itself too. But we were really happy to have Hydro One very actively engaged in our environmental assessment process, which I think might have been something fairly new, but it helped to ensure that we were always considering their perspectives as we went through the planning. So we had tons of layers of stakeholders, but we also had the community who was really invested and interested in this work. The vision from the start was always that this needed to be a project that was reflective of the needs of Scarborough. I'm just going to touch really quickly on our planning and engagement, which is a little bit outside of what we were going to discuss here today in terms of secondary uses, but I think it's important of setting the context of how we went about this work. I mentioned we did an environmental assessment. Some of you may have been involved in environmental assessment processes. You know the drill in terms of the technical work and the evaluation of alternatives and such that you have to do. I don't really want to talk with you about that today. It's not super exciting, but I'll confirm we did our due diligence from that perspective. But one thing that we did, which was really helpful for this project and a little bit different, or I shouldn't say different, but it was, I don't know how to say cutting edge either, but this is the first time that TRCA had really done this to this extent. So it was, exciting for us as we really focused on a robust community outreach program that involved visioning with them. So we brought on a consultant who coined this term of a visualization toolkit for the Meadoway. So what we did is we worked with the community and with our consultants to pull together a series of renderings, animations, models, virtual reality, which at the time, this was 2018, so virtual reality was a little bit cutting edge, maybe not so much right now. But the purpose of having all these tools was to help the public imagine the space transitioning into more of a public realm piece and provide their input to us on what they valued. So I just have a couple of slides which will show you a little bit about some of the things that we did. You've got some of the QR codes here. We did some modeling. And then there was a very large series of renderings that were produced, which have been really helpful for us, not only at the planning stage, but we're still using them today, 7 years later in grant proposals and such too. So here's just a couple of them. We had a series that were focused on the restoration components, the education piece, and also the active transportation. Switching gears a little bit, that was more of the softer considerations that we had in terms of community input and public consultation as we launched the program and looked at concepts and designs. But one of the very key things, as I mentioned, was the technical considerations and working with Hydro One and other stakeholders. So Roman did already touch on some of the permissible uses and such, but I wanted to highlight some of the things that were really key considerations for us to be able to work with Hydro One to make this project move ahead. So for instance, I've listed, I'm not going to list them all out for you here, but obviously it's all in the slide deck. but some of the key considerations around maintaining Hydro One access points, staying outside of the construction exclusion zones, and also maintenance exclusion zones around the towers themselves. The other thing with the Meadoway project that was very important and significant is working with Hydro One within their compatible species list. So there is a list available of species that are permitted in the corridor, and the thing about meadow habitat that works so well in a space like this is that you don't have the woody stems, first of all, and you're not getting the same level of height as Roman was mentioning, with some of the trees that become like an issue for a consideration in the corridor itself. Typically, species that grow above 3 meters in height aren't permitted. So our meadow habitat that we put into this corridor, we consider not only the ecological and the soil characteristics of the area, but also what's compatible with Hydro One's species list too. The nice thing about meadow habitat is it can be driven over. If there was ever a reason that Hydro One needed to cut across the meadow habitat itself, they can do that and it will bounce right back. So this type of habitat does have a lot of benefits in an area like this. I'm just going to talk a little bit about where we are right now and the results of all of this planning work that I just described. The Meadoway itself, it's a restoration first project, and it's got a focus on community engagement. You can see all these happy people in the photos that are on this slide here, whether it's they're out with their classrooms, they're out picking up garbage, or we have some of our habitat restoration team that are pictured here too. We have a really amazing team that spans across TRCA divisions that work in the corridor, and they're delivering on the project objectives, working with students and community members. We have a school education program, we have special events, and we have a comprehensive terrestrial monitoring program. There's many universities that are undertaking research in the corridor, and it's truly been kind of a living laboratory for a lot of students across the GTA. Some of our key achievements. TRCA's really established themselves as an expert in meadow revitalization as a result of being able to work at the scale that we have within 16 kilometers of the Gatineau Hydro Corridor. We do have a publication that we released a couple of years ago, and you can see, a picture of the cover on the right-hand side there. It's called A Blueprint for Greening Infrastructure Corridors. And it's a compilation of all the lessons that our staff learned while working on the Meadoway and establishing meadow habitat. It's available on our website, and we're actually doing an update of it right now that will be available in the next couple of months. The visualization toolkit that I talked about in terms of those renderings and all of the kind of engagement projects, we were really fortunate to win several awards locally and nationally for that work. We're also a member of the Highline Network. So you may be familiar with the Highline Project, which is a infrastructure reuse project in New York City, where they've taken an elevated rail structure and converted it into a park. They have a group of infrastructure reuse projects that they bring together to share knowledge and experience. And it's been super beneficial for us to be a part of that and to learn from the experience of other groups across North America. And we really feel the Meadoway is a model for revitalization of hydro corridors and other infrastructure corridors across the province. And we're super happy and excited to share what we've learned throughout the process. So I'm going to not speak to all of this mumble jumble of words, but reason I wanted to put this slide up for you today is to show you just the scale of the 16 kilometers across Scarborough and how we've been able to implement work. We've broken it down into 7 functional units where we focus on advancing habitat and also trail connections. And really pleased to report that in 2024, we hit a significant milestone where 100% of all available lands within the corridor is now in some state of active meadow habitat. So that's about 151 acres of meadow habitat that we've achieved throughout the corridor itself. And in terms of the multi-use trail, we've got about 90% of the trail in place or under construction right now. And we also just recently got financial commitment from the City of Toronto to advance 2 other priority connections from 2025 to 2027. So I think I'm getting close to wrapping up here, but did want to just talk about a couple of key learnings. Obviously, with any project, there's lots that you learn along the way. I mentioned before some of the big complications with undertaking a project like the Meadowway is the layers of stakeholders. So one thing that we've really learned is just how important it is to have really open communication lines with all stakeholders and put infrastructures in place so that you can talk regularly and you can work things through together. Multi-agency working groups has been one way that we've been able to achieve that. We also are, realistically dealing with a project that has a lot of constraints. And I think accepting that at the forefront was really important. A lot of the times we have the public asking for us to try and advance work in the hydro corridor within the Meadowway project that we know would not meet Hydro One approval. And, sometimes we're kind of the wet blanket on that. And we're having to say, yeah, that's not even something we'd consider or bring forward. But I think it's been a better approach for us to be, much more candid about those restrictions right from the get-go so that we can manage expectations and really, continue to drive this project in a way that will work for the secondary land use program. And lastly, I'll just mention one of our challenges, and with any project, I think this is not unique, is we've been really successful at finding funding for a lot of our capital work, like trails and advancing things like the meadow habitat, where we have really tangible biodiversity targets that are being met and such. But we're now at the point where we need to find sustainable sources for long-term maintenance and management. And I'm sure many of you in the room have experienced that to some extent, that's something that's really hard to find funding for. So one thing TRCA is trying is we are working with a consultant on a corporate fundraising strategy to look at perhaps opportunities of that nature to help with our ongoing maintenance and management work. The way our corridor works is that City of Toronto looks after the trails maintenance and management, but TRCA will, as an expert in meadow habitat, will continue to always be responsible for the adaptive management of the meadow habitat across the corridor itself. So that's a challenge that we have over the next couple of years, is looking at really establishing a sustainable funding source for those annual operational costs.
Thanks, Lisa. Just one other thing I'd like to add. So the lands that Lisa has described on the hydro corridor, they're currently licensed by the City of Toronto, whereas the TRCA is almost like a contractor working to install the Meadowway for the 16 or so kilometers. So it's similar with the City of Ottawa. The City of Ottawa has, like I said earlier, over 30 agreements, part of the master park license. And there are some locations where the Meadowway installations have been implemented on a much smaller scale.
Hey, I think I can stop sharing now. And Sally, I don't know if this is where you want to spend some time on questions or how you want to go from here.
Jenna?
Yeah, I'm glad Roman mentioned that, because Roman, in my talk, I will actually be talking about one of those small-scale meadow restorations in the city of Ottawa. So stay tuned.
Are there other questions? Yes, Kurt.
I just wondered how you control the trees and invasive species. You digging them up, you spraying?
From the Meadowway perspective, or Roman, you want to jump in first?
Sure. So Hydro One corridors in general, trees are frowned upon. Trees grow up into the lines and you have outages. And Hydro One has a very large forestry team throughout the province that manages these. They do tree trimming, tree removal if needed. But yeah, it's an ongoing exercise, and there are cycles when the patrols are carried out in very remote areas, not just urban areas.
And from the meadow perspective, if some of you may know a little bit about meadow ecology, succession, that sort of thing, we do have to actively adaptive manage the meadow habitat, because if we don't, it could succeed into forest, which would no longer be appropriate in the hydro corridor. And we could have species that are coming in that are not permissible on that compatibility list that Hydro One has. So we have a full restoration team that is out in the corridor, throughout the whole season. We have a rotation. It's very similar to an agricultural process where, meadow habitat gets established. It's got 2 or 3 years where it's in place. There's a shortcut that happens, and then there's like a long cut of the meadow that happens, and that continued regeneration. And it's required for us to have that, human intervention from an adaptive management perspective to keep the meadow and meadow habitat. In some areas where meadow habitat naturally existed, a lot of times that was controlled by just natural burns that would happen, and that meadow would regenerate. But obviously in urban environments and also in the hydro corridor, that's not something that could or would happen. So it is human intervention that keeps meadow habitat in place.
Your questions? Are there any questions from people online if you want to put up your hand? No? I have a couple of questions for Roman. My first question is, you mentioned that on some of the lands, you don't own them, you have some sort of easement agreement with a private landowner, and that they're responsible for doing maintenance on the property. Did I understand that correctly?
You did. So Hydro One has easement rights for its facilities, for them to be there, and for ongoing maintenance of those facilities, as well as any kind of tree trimming that may be required because of the dangers of trees and lines and so forth. But yeah, property owners are still responsible to maintain their lands. Correct.
And sorry, are you doing the tree trimming, or are they expected to?
We are, if they're considered endangered trees, because Hydro One has a very large forestry group, and they are trained to deal with high voltage lines and trees that are in proximity of the limits of approach.
And I don't know if you happen to know off the top of your head, but can you give us a sense that in our jurisdiction here in Eastern Ontario, what percentage of the lines crossing from Frontenac Land or into Ottawa are provincially owned versus still in private?
Typically in rural areas, they're Hydro One easement lands where the property owner, the farmer, for the most part, owns the lands. Once you start getting into urban areas, it becomes Hydro One owned or provincially owned Bill 58 lands. There are swaths that Hydro One owns. When corridors were being put together decades ago, the landowners had an option of granting Hydro One easement rights for their facilities or selling the lands outright. Most farmers in rural areas opted to grant easement rights so they can remain there and continue to farm their lands. And this is not just Eastern Ontario, it's Western Ontario as well. But they had the option, and it depends on what decade this was. Policies change and what have you. But in rural, like I said, in rural areas, the majority is easement lands. In urban areas, it's the reverse.
And are you familiar with many private landowners allowing for any sort of trail development within the corridor?
Yes and no. So those kind of proposals are twofold. So if a trail is proposed on private lands, the landowner may say, yes, go ahead, but Hydro One still needs to approve it from a technical perspective. It's all about safety. It's not a money-making exercise. It's to ensure wherever the trail is installed that it's safe, because some of the structures that Hydro One has on its corridors have guy wires, dangers, because people like to go between the guy wire and the structure, and we've had instances where people got injured or worse. So we want to make sure that whatever's proposed is done safely.
Okay, so our next presentation is on capital pathways and trails of the National Capital mission. The presentation is going to be given by Patricia McCann-McMillan, and she's the senior planner with the NCC. But these are supposed to share in the presentation. Unfortunately, had to leave early. Patricia is an urban planner with over 30 years of planning experience with the private sector, with the area, the City of Ottawa, and the National Commission. Capital Commission. She's been working at the NCC for almost 10 years, doing long-range policy planning for their green spaces, and with her colleagues, agrees has recently begun the planning for the National Capital Region's Green Belt. So I invite them to come up and speak.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for kind of gone sideways for me, so I can kind of stand a little disjointed. Please bear with me. First off, I want to really thank Sally and Conservation Authority staff for welcoming all of us here. I know I speak for my colleagues and myself that we're really happy to be here, and that pathways and trails are pointing to subject matter that are really close to our hearts. So we really appreciate hearing from all of you and sharing with you what we're doing as well. There we go. So going forward, this is our agenda, and I'm just going to do this presentation. And first, I want to start. I was teached once in the university on the program that I really tell their geography major. So I always start big, and then I go specific. So I'm going to start big with you all this afternoon and explain to you our planning framework, because everything here, understandably, is set within the province of Ontario, whereas the federal government operates under a different set of rules. And I just want you to understand a bit about what that is, so how we work and why we're approaching things that way. Then we'll be getting into, more specifically, the capital pathway network itself that we have developed at Capital Commission. And finally, we'll get into maintenance and amenities, and we want to introduce a pilot project that we're at least announcing starting this summer that we're really excited about. So I'm sure. First off, most like in the provincial planning situation, we've got most municipalities have official plans and the overall planning document that people operate with and work on. And at the National Capital Commission, we plan for federal lands. We don't plan for municipal lands. We don't plan for anybody else. It just has to do with lands that either we own or other federal departments. So we have this overall planning document. It's called the Plan for Canada. And like most long-range plans, it looks long into the horizon. This one is a 50-year vision. It's not as if we're not going to look at it in 50 years, but we look 50 years down the road. And one of the ways we presented it to the public was by saying things like, what would your children and grandchildren? It's 50 years later in abstract, but thinking about it in terms of grandchildren really helps, to coalesce thoughts and ideas. So with that, we had some, trying to anticipate what's going to happen down the road. Again, looking at when it was true, it was 2017. That was even pre-COVID, and it was pre-Derico. Like, there's some things we can't anticipate, but there's events that happen in the world that really change your perspective and how we're going to approach things and how we're going to do them. So we try our best, during that, but we do anticipate in the plan that life in the world will change, and how do we develop policies and hoping for those changes. And some of the things that we did catch on to, but not like specifically like Derico, were things like climate change and resiliency, sustainability generally, and in terms of effective transportation, and approaches like that, like environmental integrity, and considered that the cornerstone of everything that the NCC does is we're planning for capital and national capital region, and we're planning for capital for all Canadians. So we look beyond what the residents, we're not in the field. We're trying to think about this must involve a place for everybody. Not just Canadians, but visitors to the country as well. So this, even though it is our plan, we do have regard for the policies and the interests of other levels of government. We don't want to steamroll over everybody, so we do involve and integrate issues and concerns of the other agencies and those of government, and move on with that. So, yeah, I think that's pretty much part of it. Part of the background capital Canada's capital, we just federal government are thrilled with acronyms of PSEC. We talk about, we have some milestone projects, and then they're in different areas of national interest. And there is a milestone project that identifies our pathways and trails systems. So all of that to say, at our overall planning document, the NCC does recognize the importance of pathways and trails and the development and maintenance of those for residents and visitors. So some people, you know, as it was, Nick presented this in his presentation, this is the national capital of Canada, and like myself included, you really get focused on your area and what you do, kind of navel gaze, and you start to, everybody knows what Greenbelt is. But I realized, you know, some other times, especially with other people in our field, that when you say the Greenbelt, they might think along Toronto, right? So this is the Greenbelt we're talking about, and it's the national Greenbelt. And it's a feature that is over 70 years old now. A lot of time flies. I'm not 70 years old, but I still think that it's gone fairly quickly. And it was generated from an idea from a French planner who was getting education. He was invited to Canada by the Prime Minister to do a plan for the National Capital Region. And for those planning nerds out there, his name was Verder, and this is a recommendation we made last plan, is to create this green belt. And the purpose of it at the time was to contain urban sprawl. And it was theory. And so originally it encircles what we now look at as the inner area of the city of Ottawa. But at the time of its creation, it was the former city of Ottawa, the former city of Vanier, the former village of Rockcliffe Park, and parts of Gloucester and Peak. Obviously, development has leapfrogged over it. So now we look at things that are connections through and the law Greenbelt for the residents of the national region. So I started talking about our planning capital, which is the overall planning document. Underneath the planning plan was capital, we have a series of master plan documents. And there's the one I'll refer to another one later on in the presentation, but there is one specifically for Greenbelt, and it's obviously called the Greenbelt Master Plan. The one we're currently operating under is the one that was approved in 2015. As Sally referenced in the introduction of this and stuff, we are just kickstarting the update to that master plan. So, but we're still now looking at what those policies and procedures until that plan's adopted. This is what we're looking for. This map is the land use plan for that Greenbelt master plan. It identifies that, if you look at the plan itself, one of the overall goals is to have systems and to recognize the systems that is in and throughout the Greenbelt. And there are like ecological functions, and that you can see, you know, through the green, the various shades of green. The darker the green, the more it's in the value of that natural habitat. There are connections in corridors that are the lighter shades of green that try to connect things that is significant throughout the Greenbelt. Agricultural lands are also seen as protecting, you know, their habitats as well, and they're also seen as potential corridors depending on what type of species or a feature that they're looking at. Another something that we look at within the Greenbelt Master Plan are the impact transportation. And they again to go along, you know, through the Greenbelt, connecting communities north and south, but also east and west. So this is another point about the Greenbelt Master Plan. So it's this is the one that I was saying, this is approved, the first one was approved in 2013, and it focuses on the ecological functions and protection of the area, the national capital area. For environmental protection, for sustainable agriculture, we have a strong agricultural group within the NCC that looks to having and promoting, you know, leasing lands for sustainable agricultural practices. And we also look at things like, you know, as I said, the recreation. Recreation is a big component of the Greenbelt Master Plan. And providing recreation, recreation opportunities within the Greenbelt is one of the key approaches of the plan itself. When in 2013, I'll go through a series later on in the presentation about the evolution of our pathway network, but at the time of the approval of the Greenbelt Master Plan, there were already regional pathways, meaning, you know, connections to those beyond the national capital region. I'll get into that. So as I said just before, we have an evolution of the capital pathway system. So it was in the 1970s when the National Capital Commission realized we've got something to establish these pathway networks to benefit the residents of the region. So it started as bike paths and bike paths and stuff. And between 1974 and 1982, I'm going to say my childhood, but that dates me too much. These routes were widened and they were encouraged more with the idea, again, more of bike paths. But we were realizing that that wasn't suiting the needs, the demands or the wants that people wanted to use it. So it started evolving more into multi-use pathways at that time. So in 1985, there were approximately 100 kilometers of pathways within the network. In the years between 1985 and the early 2000s, focus was really on creating missing links between the pathway connections that had already been established. But in the last 20 years, we're working more hard on adding additional to the network itself. So this image shows the existing pathway and trail networks in the National Capital Region. And again, for some of you, I showed the locational map of the green belt, but I can show you a locational map of the National Capital Region. And for those of you who don't know, it extends both sides of the Ottawa River. So it includes the city of Gatineau and its adjacent municipalities, as well as the city of Ottawa and the adjacent municipalities to it. For example, the Mill of Kintail is within the National Capital Region. So this is a series of pathway networks here. The bright yellow lines are the multi-use pathways, and both types of pedestrians use these. And they're paved and they're wider, and generally they're very well lit. In the lighter yellow, these are our trails. They're usually set in forested areas. They're usually more of an environmental and a natural experience that we have. And biking is not encouraged. So no biking or anything. But biking is restricted to the paved pathways themselves. So there's currently really no pathway connection, not that it's not planned for, but it doesn't exist yet, from east to west. So we are looking at that as an idea stuff in the future. Now, down we've talked about Canada's capital, we've talked about the Greenbelt Master Plan. At a level 4 below that, we get to more implementation of policies. And that level of there's a series of plans that speak to that. One of them is called the Capital Pathway Strategic Plan. And it's funny, it's 2020, but it's like, I feel like this just approved. So time just starts whizzing by. It does talk about a link from east to west throughout the Greenbelt. And one of the reasons behind this is because the strategic plan, this pathway network is built on a hub and spoke alignment. So there is an east-west corridor that they're promoting. Mostly this one existing along the shoreline itself and north-south. And then it's developed from that to essentially, if you see the idea conceptually, there are loops. So it almost looks like petals on a flower. There's different loops that connect to these spines. And then within the loops, there's another level of pathway network. And we're talking about not just ones that are owned and managed by the NCC, but then we get into the city of Ottawa level and other adjacent municipalities themselves. So all of them together we consider the Capital Pathway Network. The other evolution is we went from bike paths in the 70s to multi-use pathways in the 80s and 90s, and now we're focusing more on the user experience. And that was part of the discussion we had was even with multi-use pathways, there can be conflicts because within the city of Ottawa, there's a lot of people who commute on their bikes. There's a lot of adults who want to train on the pathways, but there's people who want to use the pathways with their children with training wheels on bikes, or they just want to go from point A to point B with that kind of picnic. So we started to focus more instead of those types of uses to those experiences of uses. So we were looking at the fact that these different profiles need to be accommodated for and planned for. And so we've now developed an approach to the pathways looking at varying abilities rather than the land user can use itself, the travel speed or the distance that these people want to make. So we use that information to develop design standards for the pathways going forward. Going back up a level in planning, the reason why is you might look at a sequence, we're going back to the master plan level, but the Gatineau Park master plan, as we used in 2021, and the Greenbelt master plan was 2013. Again, the evolution of our approach. This is the first time again at the master plan level where implementation began. And so this is an example of the planning and policy, how we're going to approach the pathway and trail network. So I might be reading a little more about this. Yes, it focuses on ecological connectivity. It looks at recreation and conservation might not always align together, and we have to plan for that. So what they did was, through their planning, they identified unofficial trails, which we've all talked about, which are always a challenge, closing those, discouraging bikes on the trails. I mean, remember, bikes are on pathways, not on trails, so discouraging bike use on the trails, reducing habitat fragmentation from the alignment and the development of new trails with the existing trails, and ensuring that once that is done, regenerate the habitat that is existing there. And they have a responsible trail management project. And I don't have an answer to that. I will defer that to my colleagues if you have any questions about the responsible trail management project. And it talks about the integrity of the areas around the pathway and how to enhance the user's experience. So the plan supports coexistence of multiple low impact activities. It looks at the use of best ecological practices in regards to lighting, where and when and how to light the pathways, and the installation of, as everybody has raised today, and the light years were perking up, consistent, branded, easy to read signage for the pathways. And I'm sure all of you in your public consultation, I have experienced it myself. One of the number one issues that they raise, other than toilets, is I can't find my way around with your signage you have, but it is lacking. So, Gatineau Parklands master plan first at a master plan to address that. So that's Gatineau Park. That's the Gatineau side of the Ottawa River. We do have Ontario experiences since this is an Ontario audience. And so the first of the implementation of pathway projects on the Ontario side is the Tobec pathway. And it's talking about the reason the Tobec pathway exists, please correct me if I'm wrong, is to fill a gap between two existing pathway systems. And we want to make that connection between two of them. And so it was, part of this east-west pathway connection. And one of the things that when we're talking about that east and west pathway connection, the ultimate goal for the NCC is have something that we call from shore to shore. So either from Greens Creek to Ottawa River, Greens Creek, along the Greenbelt, back up to Ottawa River Shore Space. So we're trying to make that pathway connection, we say, short. And listen to federal governments, they say from coast to coast to coast, but this is our approach for that. So what they're trying to do is they brought in a multidisciplinary team to design this pathway function. And they went through an extensive process, like the ones that have already been described, with environmentalists, with arborists, with landscape architects, to determine the best location of this pathway. Where will it least impact the environment? Where is it most cost effective? To minimize bridge crossings, for example, because that's costly and it's also more restricted to the environment. And they came up with an alignment that works and ticks the boxes. So so yeah, I think I got most of that. So this pathway is being constructed and it will be completed for public use. They already another 2027. All right with that? Okay, thank you. So now we're into maintenance and amenities, and now we'll pass the planning and into exactly how are they implemented, how are they managed, and what's on them. So, stuff like, as again, I'm hearing from other presenters here, the NCP is not responsible for all of the maintenance. Some of this maintenance contracted out to again, colleagues here is responsible for managing those contracts with the other contractors themselves. And it starts like everybody logically at the beginning of spring. So there is a review and a survey of all of the conditions that exist on the pathways and any extensive maintenance carried out at that time. Throughout the warm season, a monthly survey is done once a month by the contractors. Additionally, in summer, we use our summer students to monitor the pathway system and the trails themselves. And like we heard before, they're looking at invasive species. They're looking at hazardous conditions on the trails, maybe branches that are dropping too low, or maybe they're on a path trail, and any damage to the trail itself. Areas that are farther, and again, I saw this in front in that presentation, any areas that are farther than the trail itself, like is it 3 meters on each side, is it that? Around 3 meters on each side? I don't think that, but
This is your clearance.
yeah.
It's on the trail.
Yeah,
So
generally, they're not maintained hugely. There is setback on either edge of the trail where we can really do for more intensive management needs. And so yeah, it varies between the type of trail itself, the type of maintenance done. In the winter, some of these paths are groomed for winter use. We do pride ourselves in having year-round use of our recreation facilities. So it could be cross-country skiing, and it could be snowshoeing, it could be winter biking, things like that. But not all of them. So some of the trails, even though we might not groom them, they might be unofficially used for cross-country skiing, never bike. That's up to the users themselves. We're not involved with that. Biking is encouraged, as I said earlier, for the pathways and not the trails. The pathways themselves are designed for intensive uses, and they aren't maintained for that bike track itself. They are, even though that's being said, they are, other types of field use, well, not scooters, but personalized scooters or wheelchairs and stuff like that. They're encouraged on themselves as well. So more into the details of the maintenance and amenities. These trails are generally, all of them have trailheads. All of them have trailheads. And at the trails themselves, there are washrooms and parking. There's also picnic areas and celebration and everything at all of these facilities. And but none of these facilities are included along the trails. So, Trails. Yeah, that's what we have. And again, it is signage and branding and communication and education people to get to know. There's also interactive maps on the NCC's website that show all of these amenities and show all of the trail events, the amenities at the trail events, and which ones are groomed in the time. So that you can go to the website, you can see where you want to go for your activity or whichever season you want. Okay, this is the exciting thing. This is our new initiative when it comes to our trail usage and development. And it's spearheaded by our trail and trail and pathway group and our GIS group. And it's working on developing an online app to help people with disabilities or different abilities, find and access trails that suit their needs and abilities. So what we did was we had somebody with GIS experience with both Pro Helmet ride these trails and videotape what was happening on them. And then put this information, they've done it for so far. And they put this information online. So depending on your physical ability, or if you have equipment that sticks you with you, you can visualize, you can do it like a Google cover, go along the pathway and identify, is the slope too steep? Are the curves too sharp? Are there routes that are along the pathway that I cannot maneuver over? And then they can self-identify which trails are best suited for them. And this is going to be launched this summer. Yeah. So yeah, 6 trails were chosen. Inspections have been done and collected. And we also use the support from a Canadian Disabled Outdoor Society. So it's called our Andrew Trails. Yeah, so we are going to do the project again this year's project. We're going to our accessibility advisory committee. That's for us to see what they think of it and what recommendations advice they can give us for enhancing this program and moving forward. So throughout the summer, again, because this is a pilot project, the team is going to gather user feedback to refine this app and recognizing that it's just, again, the pilot project. But we recognize and hope that this is a long-term project and the plans to expand the initiative by adding more trails as we get more information. Some of them, the trails have already been made more accessible for people, and additional improvements will be made for more trails as we come along. So, yes, one of the reasons we were here today is because other people, we are talking about adjacent municipalities, the adjacent counties and other jurisdictions that might want to be interested in connecting with our pathway network. And yes, there is definitely potential within our pathway network system itself to connect to other interregional trails. And there's lots of them. There's like, the Ottawa Valley Trail itself, the Prescott Russell Recreational Trail, the Great Trail of Canada, the trail that takes you to Canada right to February. We have all sorts of opportunities to for those trails themselves. So yeah, additionally, we're thinking that this is going to open doors for formal long range pathways from thinking Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Sudbury. With people that are talking about economic development, Ottawa could be a stopping point or to spend time with it itself. So yeah. I think that's everything. If there's any questions or things that you want to raise, I'm more than happy to take them. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, would you think about putting your footage on Google itself for accessibility purposes?
I believe most of it is already on Google.
All right.
But we're looking at having it on other platforms as well.
Yeah, we've done something similar on our trail for the same purpose of people can assess whether or not it's an experience they'd like to pursue and whether they're able to do so. Yeah. And we just went to where people look for maps and information.
There's more metrics though, because it's more than just a visual. There's actually just like some like elevation data and whatnot that's available, so you can actually look and not just see visually with the camera scenes.
Yeah,
but you can actually like see the elevations and where the slopes are.
Oh, wow.
So that additional data put on, right? So I think that's where we got it on our own website for that additional.
That's great.
I think there's cross-functional guidance.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So it wasn't just a camera on the helmet. He also had something on the tires that tracked, right, the surface condition, like how bumpy it was, elevation changes, and that kind of stuff.
Oh wow,
so
that's wild.
Which is really important. Once, depending on which accessibility device you've got, you may not be able to make up a certain slope, or something as simple as a little bit like that.
Yeah.
Right, can be a huge obstacle, which is where my team comes in, tries to fix those kind of like small problems that really limit accessibility.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yes.
Did you say all the bicycle trails are on hard surface?
Yeah. We have
Some have some of those.
Yeah.
Some of the capital pathway.
Yeah.
Network that's part of that's within the Greenbelt or some does. But not all of our trails are some.
Yes.
No, I was talking about this, and the ones that are they paved?
Some are paved.
Yeah. Any Smith?
No. No concrete.
Bruce Gray County, that's another thing that they put on one time. They were switching pavement to cement, apparently, because it brought them. So after the bull, they wanted to be was a lot less.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't have experience with concrete pathways. Like I know sidewalks, municipal sidewalks, but they come with a significant amount of.
Yeah, their thing
was a lot of work, right?
Their thing was long-term maintenance was next to nothing.
One thing I didn't say in the presentation, and I can happen to be corrected by my subject matter experts here, but we were talking about, with regards to climate change and boardwalks and flooding and K&P trail flooding and that. We do have trails that are flooded regularly. We do have boardwalks that are submerged. They have identified in the future, if we have money and if the stars align and all of that, possibly raising some of these pathways out of what we're looking at the new floodplain, like pathway we're happy with 120-year flooding event, but do we raise it into what level do we raise it for sticking with our try and true project for these dates of this year? It's going to be right, but there are some areas and some pathway systems where we think if we have the money and the opportunity that presents itself, we might raise those sections of pathways out of the further down the
or realign, I know within the context of the LRT, western expansion, we'll move the entire parking lot.
Yeah.
Out of the floodplain, right, while the construction is happening. So. But again, if.
Yeah.
When.
Yeah, but usually it's tied to another.
Exactly.
It's not to, we don't have that time to slow, so we can just go to century.
Just a comment, like I think it'll be really nice when, and I think we're all almost there, but when our organizations start seeing the pathways that are connected to our pathways and we're sharing those connections, or there's some sort of platform that like shares all of those connections. Currently for me, that's Trans-Canada Trail, but not every pathway in your network is part of Trans-Canada Trail. Not every pathway in my network is part of it. But it's an easy platform to sort of aggregate trail experiences on in some way, shape, or form, and demonstrate that longer connectivity across our country. Because when you look at your network, and then your last map shows the tie in my network, like, and then you tie it into these other networks. But like I don't know of anywhere I can look at to where I can see that other than Strava, and that doesn't really show anything, just shows where people run. So like it'll be very interesting when we kind of all are able to be able to see those trail networks in a more national or at least regional or provincial way.
Well, in an official capacity, because I mean, there's like trail softwares out there, but like users. Yeah, like, I mean, if you look at our lands, like there's a trail that users are just putting on their lands and saying, this is the total walk trail, right? And it's just like, and then people expect that trail to be something that's official.
Yeah.
That's covered.
It's true. Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not stating the obvious, but all of our trails are trailers. So if we were looking at pathway connections externally to the NCR, National Capital Street, then we could look at, exactly the points on the ground where those connections.
Yeah.
And we can share that information. We probably share it. Conservation, probably share their information. Go ahead. I might have listed, but where's the from that? I didn't identify it on the map, so we did not miss it. It's east and south of Blackburn Hamlet. Have you ever been able to connecting Prescott Russell Trail? Like near Mount Woods. How's that? I'm sure.
It crosses the Innis bypass.
Yeah.
So it runs south from Tobet over across the Innis bypass, and then down to the new Prescott Russell.
It connects the Greens Creek sector of the Greenbelt to the Mountain Grove sector. And then going through and then connecting to South Russell.
I mean, I recognize photos came from there, but I was thinking,
I have a quick question. So certainly I observed an intensity of the use of trails in Belt. And so I haven't read the Greenbelt Master Plan and that. Like, are there intentions of increasing either parking or having new trails? Because the intensity of use, say, in the Richmond Road, Connecticuttsville areas from there, maybe at the end, it's extreme on some days, right? It's people all up and down on the road there. So I know talking to fellow users, there's an interest in it's the NCP gonna open up a lot and increase funding.
Well, there are trails identified in the capital strategic plan, and before we do any of that, obviously we have to do it based on data, and we have counters throughout the trails to justify the construction of those things. So that's going to reach those guys and have like rationale. We do have the strategic. These are the ones, so these are the trail streams.
This priority though is to finish the Greenbelt pathway, which like just I mentioned earlier, it connects the entire Greenbelt from east to west. So starting at the river in the east in the Green Creek area, just like near Orleans, and then going looping all around and finishing Sherman's. So that's the priority, and we're missing segments throughout that. So right now we have about 37 kilometers down with the Tobet, maybe less than a kilometer for the phase 1, but in the end it should be like around 56 kilometers.
Now we all understand priorities, don't street with the pothole and one's fixing, right? That's great.
Well, thank you very much. That's great. So our last speaker of the day is Janet Mason, who's going to speak on the subject of the Power Partnerships Managing Stewardship and Recreation on Conservation Land. Janet, in addition to her position as chair of the Ottawa Stewardship Council, also full disclosure is a member of our board of directors. Janet was an engineer and senior executive with over 34 years of experience in the technology industry. She currently volunteers with local community organizations involved in environmental stewardship. She strongly believes that conserving natural areas can be central to the health of the planet and of humanity. She's a recipient of the Order of Ottawa and the Conservation Award of the Ottawa Field Naturalist.
Well, there are advantages to going last, and that is that I've been able to listen to what everyone's had to say and hopefully try to make this relevant to your issues, to the materials that you found. I would say that probably the thrust of this about taking place in all the examples are in Ottawa. I think there's enough examples in here that one of them might apply to every one of you who's spoken today, might apply to you. So that's why I try to get a variety of examples. If it applies to anything, it would have been neat to go after Nick's though, because I'm actually building on Nick's presentation, which is you've got all this land on your own. What are you doing? Okay, and how are you able to build the trails and those there? All right, so that's what my presentation is going to be about. So it's the power of partnerships, a little bit about who the Ottawa Stewardship Council is. I don't have to say as much about Ottawa's parks and natural areas because of Nick. I'm going to give you a bunch of partnership examples. And then I'm going to talk a bit about the P4 model. And the partnership theme was in almost every presentation today. Most of the partnerships were what I would call public to public. Some were public to NGO. I think there was one where I heard a private component. And I know you in particular were looking for the private component, but I have a way of talking about bringing them all together that might interest you. And then using that model into future opportunities of how that might work, and then the lessons learned. And I'm also going to say I'm the only real NGO speaking today. I'll say TRCA is certainly within the NGO, but I am the only NGO speaking today. So you're going to see this from my point of view as a potential partner to the municipalities in things that you may not have the resources. So very quickly, Ottawa Stewardship Council, we're actually a creature of the Ministry of Natural Resources. There were 44 stewardship councils that were created by the ministry back in 2001. There was one for Lanark County. There was one for, I think there's also every single area, mostly in the southern parts of Ontario, has a stewardship council. And with that came a full-time coordinator that they paid for, the $10,000 a year. It was paradise. And you remember because we actually shared the year we had the stewardship council. And anyway, so it was a volunteer nonprofit, but basically they spun us all on it in 2012, took away the coordinator, took away the money, said you're on your own. And we're one of the few that has survived. We incorporated as a nonprofit, and we use our partnerships to carry out environmental stewardship projects across Ottawa. And the example you see there.
Where does it show down?
I know, but it's in the way. Well, okay, anyway, so this was actually the largest check I ever received out of Ottawa Stewardship Council, $25,000 for a Kent Woodlands in Stittsville from Waste Management. And it was the Shannon Canterbury, the councillor at the time, who said, I got this blood money from Waste Management. Would you like $25,000 to do this? Okay, I'll take that. So that's the kind of thing that, okay, now I've done something. So Nick's already been through this. This was basically all the city's parks, and I found out on the website there's basically about 4,300 hectares of parkland on the different sites. How does this deal with all these? And in particular, there's all these natural areas, and I couldn't find a number. I gave a number of about 10,000 hectares. Over 10,000. Over 10,000 hectares. Areas. I couldn't even. These are what's in purple. The ones that are in the darker purple there, this is just part of the West End. I couldn't even show them all. And really, the city doesn't really have the resources to address the issues that are going on. So some of the challenges are conservation issues. We heard it from the NCP. You've got unauthorized trails. You get campfires. You have species of risk habitat damage, invasive species incursion. You have a lack of sustainable recreation. I could go on and on. You can see on the right-hand side, that's 30 pounds of dog poop that 2 of our volunteers removed from the Cart Barrens Trail where no dogs are allowed. And so this is the kind of issues that the city really doesn't have the resources. You can't send bylaw into everything. So who are you going to call, right? And so basically we think that one of the things to look at is the local community nonprofits. And so 3 examples that I'm involved in 2 of them, Matterhorn Hydro Corridor, Parklands, and PPI. And I'll just give you 3 examples and they're very different. So the Matterhorn Hydro Corridor, this started in 2016. Yes, and basically it was a kind of combination of 2 things. We were looking for a meadow restoration site, and Marianne Wilkinson had this hydro corridor in Canada North, about 1.4 kilometers long, and somebody put this together. And then there was a community association we worked with, and we ended up in basically 7 years at Carleton University. So we had an agreement. We had the City of Ottawa, there's a Stewardship Council, Community Association, and Hydro One. And Hydro One gave $5,000 a year for about, I think it was 2 or 3 years to the Community Association, got some other students to help with this. And in addition, we brought in Carleton University. They did a number of projects with their 3rd year students. We worked with the Rangers, and we had summer students from co-op sites around local college who all wrote reports and children rights. And we didn't do the whole quarter. I wanted to make that clear. We did not have $25 million. So we actually did all this. And I should say all this was done without any money from the City of Ottawa. In fact, all of these are done without, or almost no money from the City of Ottawa. So they're all done. We have to raise our own. So the corridor from 2016 and 2017, there's Hydro One. They're basically clearing about a hectare. And they seeded it with a mix from the University of Guelph. This is Hydro One and the Community Association president is handing over a check. They also donated a couple of bee hotels to install the corridor. These are the co-op students who are working the corridor. This is the invasive species, particularly wild parsnip. We have people I actually got certified last year as a wild parsnip sprayer. So I know how to spray wild parsnip. And it's and we also put up interpretive signs or education signs in the corridor. You're allowed to do that by Hydro One. And I can't say, and then we also did educational items in corridor. So here's what it looked like in 2022. So again, it's about a hectare or less. And it continues to thrive. We don't have the resources to manage it to the same level as the other way, but it's doing fairly well. What the issues we have had is there's been siloing with some of the City of Ottawa departments, and we get mowed by the people who come in to mow the pathways, and they unfortunately have mowed some of the meadow that they shouldn't be mowing. And we've been working with the council on that. Since 2023, we've been working with the Canada North Regeneration students who have joined us. And what they've been doing is taking parts of the corridor, like this path, and creating a public garden. So we now have a demonstration garden in place to actually center events and other things. We're getting money from the Canada Rotary Club of Canada. We just got a grant from TV Park people. And it's a kid-friendly thing, and we're expanding. There's other things that are being expanded here. What we are lacking right now is an agreement that we've been trying to get, but this hopefully will resolve with the new community green initiative project and for initiatives in Ottawa. Trying to find out our councilor what to do there. So the other thing we did is just last week we launched a tour down the corridor, environmental stewardship tour, where you use an online smartphone, and as you walk down, you get pinged at 1 of 10 spots, so usually 10 spots. And it basically you learn about environmental stewardship and actions you can take in your own homes. And this is free. It's free app. It's free to download, no ads. And you can get it and you walk down and you can find out
how do you create a pollinator patch, or, you know, what can you do for dealing with rainwater when you're problem? So the Carp Hills, this is one of these, this is about a 4,500 hectare landfill area in the 10,000 acres. It's Canadian Shield. It's the only Canadian Shield actually in the city of Ottawa. City of Ottawa owns about 20%. Those purple patches there. It's a Ducks Unlimited Canada owns about 7.5, and the remainder is privately owned. Okay, so it's kind of fragmented, but it's a really kind of wild area, and it's extremely beautiful as well, as you can see there. It's also a candidate provincially significant ANSI, provincially significant wetland complex still, and home for 10 species of this. So one of the things that was grassroots with that I was part of that was founded in 2014 called Friends of the Carp Hills. We were really worried about what we were seeing going on in the Carp Hills, which was, well, the unauthorized use, the increased trails, and the population was coming out. People were just making trails everywhere. And it's a long story that I won't get into. So we were founded and we approached the city and said, you know, we'd like to be your partner in terms of trying to manage some of the resource here. And we'll create a trail, because what we do is if we create a trail, we can divert people onto a formal trail rather than having them go everywhere, right? And so we did approach the city through our city councilor. And yes, what we did is we ended up with originally a trail maintenance agreement. And you can see that is our trailhead sign with Councillor El Chantilly, who's a huge supporter. And that board is one of the first boardwalks we put in. It cost us about $2,000 of materials, done entirely. It's 200-foot boardwalk, done entirely by volunteer labor. And I remember when the councillor saw it, he said, "That would have cost us $50,000 to put in." So we had to get a grant. By the way, you weren't given the money. We had to get a grant to get that, to build that boardwalk. But anyway, so we had the trailhead sign. And then we had the Cart Barons Trail. Long story there. This was a trail that was unauthorized, created actually trail by the Mountain Bike Association. So we, instead of telling them we were bad people, we did a trail study and worked with the city to come up with a way to actually keep one of the trails open. And we have an agreement. We have an agreement with OMBA to actually have them manage and maintain a trail that is a shared pedestrian and mountain bike trail. And actually, and they had to shut down trails. They shut down both. We agreed that they would shut down 7 unauthorized trails in this environmentally sensitive area. They've done that. There's Amy off to the left, right? But you can tell it was COVID because we're all standing. We're all this fight before that. And so anyway, so that has turned out to be a very good partnership. And what we found is that they've been extremely good stewards. They keep people on the trails. They self-police. We also have an agreement with Ducks Unlimited Canada. In this case, we were part of helping them or getting them involved in the purchase of 440 acres for protection. So we have a stewardship agreement with them. We signed the agreement with Ducks Unlimited Canada. And we also have unsigned agreements, but partnerships with West Coast Snowmobile Association and the Canadian Wildlife Federation. For a turtle conservation program, and we do landowner outreach because, as we said, 70% is privately owned, and we are working with quite a number of the landowners to do landowner stewardship. And how much is the city involved in any of this? Nothing. Right. Almost nothing. We send you guys an annual report. I read your reports. Yes, and you read your reports, and so essentially in this partnership. And we have had great support from me in the city in terms of, yes, you can do this, and so on and so forth. But we have to get signs. And signs, yes, you get signs. That's right. We do get lots of signs, and we've been great on that, providing that. But we put them up. We've basically done all the work, right? So the city is getting a huge amount of free work and stewardship, and we're the eyes and ears of the city on this part. Then Petrie Island, I've not been as involved in this, so I have worked with them. And Petrie Island is out in the East End. It's owned by the city of Ottawa. It's actually a set of islands, extremely environmentally significant. I think it's about 2 kilometers long. The city of Ottawa manages the beach and parking lots. They do some of the maintenance. They collect the garbage. They do that kind of thing. But there's also a group called the Friends of Petrie Island that I kind of worked with throughout the Stewardship Council. And these also are volunteers who protect and share the natural aspects of Petrie Island. They manage 7-kilometer nature trails. They conduct conservation programs, and they provide education on nature and stewardship. So again, this is all done
I think without funding from the city, I think they do get a lot of grants. And so they've done some really excellent work there. So I want to talk briefly about this public-private rural partnership. This is a P, you've heard of P3s, and a lot of you are actually doing some P3s, but this is really a P4. And the idea is that you have a public sector, which could be National Capital Commission, the City of Ottawa, other government agencies. You have a private sector, which could be business improvement areas, local businesses or business parks. And then you have your rural sector, which is the nonprofits and the education groups and potentially indigenous groups. And this was an idea that came from Henry Mintzberg from Guild Universities. He's a kind of an original thinker there. He's actually published Rebalancing Society. It's online, it's free, you can read all about it. It's just what it is I think a lot of our agreements, and I have the same thing, it's bilateral, right? It's kind of like, you know, I have an agreement with you, and then I have an agreement with you, and then I have an agreement with you. And they're not managing an area under a charter together. And so this may not be appropriate for everything, but the idea of a public-private rural partnership is that you bring everyone together. And there's a way to understand it. It could be the municipality, it could be the NGO, whoever makes sense. But you're actually managing an area together under a charter where all the roles are defined. And I think that it's peaceful model. The public sector provides the government's policy and framework. Private sector might provide resources, whether it's money or volunteers, even the land. And the rural sector provides the community engagement. And the thing that I like, and I can't read it on this, I guess, it's also, yeah, read it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was called like benevolent something or other. All right, so future P4 opportunities in the city of Ottawa, and this is just me trying to get, try to spark some ideas. One of the things we did is in November is brief Kathy Curry and the Canadian North Business Improvement Association about taking the corridor and expanding it into the tech park. As you know, Canada has quite a large tech park, and one of the big things about attracting people to the tech park is quality of life, right? You know, a lot of younger people are coming, they have families, and you want to actually make the place a nice place to live. And so he said, can we take this environmental stewardship idea and expand it into the tech park so that you're doing environmental stewardship in the park, you're doing it along the roads, and so on and so forth. And Canada North is blessed with a lot of green space, and so we call this thing an innovation community. So you've got the tech park in blue up here. You've got the various residential areas in yellow, and you've got all this green space. Here's the corridor here, the one we worked in. All this wonderful green space, all connected all the way down to the conservation area. And so the idea would be that a lot of these businesses have said, that Nokia in particular, there is no green without digital. So a lot of these guys they actually have business mandates to become more green as businesses, and involving their employees and making them feel like that, that they're part of a climate change or environmental solution. And so they're already looking at all this stuff. Well, why not look at how instead of a massive amount of lawn to mow, are there other things that they can do on their farm? So we said, can we look at this? And promoting also to the residents the eco-friendly aspects of the city of Ottawa and the community groups and all that stuff. So this is what we proposed as a P4 in Ottawa. So that would be City of Ottawa, the work for councillor, private, and then there's a whole set of organizations that are actually already working in the corridor that could actually expand their work. And so that was brief in November, and I've just been starting to follow up with Councillor Curry on this yesterday. Another one is this Park River Living Classroom, which I just can't seem to get really. But anyway, the idea here is also in Canada North is this unique green infrastructure ecosystem that's at this site. And here we've got a way of looking at a living area within a fairly high density urban, suburban area. And it offers a different kind of wetland education experience where you can learn about watershed science and various other things. And we actually already started working with friends of the Congress, and I started working with the school boards, the Catholic board and the Ottawa District School Board, and with their outdoor education people, they are really keen to get a curriculum going on this site. We would get funding, we thought, from local businesses, because who doesn't want to fund kids doing outdoor stuff? And we just haven't been able to move this slowly and go through with that is. We have counselor support and everything else. So, but anyway, this one also to me is ideal for people. I really think that this could be something where it could be Friends of the Cart River is the lead of the P4, with an agreement with the city of Ottawa, and then we deal with all the other organizations to take the load on. We're not looking for money from the city of Ottawa. We just want to say, can we do certain things on this? And then finally, and I put in Ferry Road in here, I don't know if it's still online, but I couldn't help myself. I keep wondering if Ferry Road is suitable for a P4. And I say this with it, I would say that I have an incredible amount of ignorance about this site, but I know, I just see the conservation elements, restoration. I see there's an Indigenous reconciliation potential. There's a secular historical element potentially in the building there. If we could combine that, like, pre-contact, recreation elements. And I just wonder if whether there's a way to involve business elements in this. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe it's a possible. So finally, I'm just going to say partnerships take work. And a lot of you can know that, and they do. They take work. You have to define things. You have to keep them active and healthy. With any of this work, I think we need to ensure that there's support from elected members. We could not have done any of these projects without the councillor in city level. So I'm sure the same thing goes for any of the other municipalities in this today. I think you have to determine if the partnership and its work is sustainable. In particular, is the NGOs you want to work with a credible and long-term partner, because you could end up starting to do the work and they may not last as long as you want them to. I think you have to engage the community, and we've heard that. This is incredibly important to ensure that they support what's going on. You have to have a formal agreement. You have to make sure there's a municipal point of contact, so if things go wrong or they go right, we have people proactive. Communicate with all departments so that they don't blow with the restoration. They're still safe. Requiring the plan and report. Like, did you say that did you do what you said you were going to do? And be flexible, because things change over time. So that's it. For more information, you can go to our leadership.org website, find out more about P4s and examples. What I did is actually look at what other Canadian cities are doing. Montreal in particular is very aggressive. I found that. And yeah, any questions? They're all sweet. They're all envying on the floor. Something like Janet to do all of this for us.
Yeah, I have a question. Sure, for you. So, on your last point about, making sure that we're entering into a equal relationship with that organization and staying out.
Yes.
That's one of the challenges I had when I was with the city of Ottawa.
Yes.
There's many things that says challenge I have here, wanting to enter into agreement, but wanting to make sure that as we embark on something, and Scott and I have been talking about the project in detail, and it's again the stick building is picking ethics,
Yes.
to the left, right?
Yeah.
Maybe could you expand on that a bit, because it's hard from when you're, especially as a teacher living around, we're public servants and you have to try to public funds, and it's also raising expectations in the community when we establish these things. So it's when I think about nonprofits, especially youth-based ones, I think of there's a champion, and that's an action in years.
Yeah, and that is a concern. I think you have to look at a track record. I mean, I think you have to look at how long have they been. Is there a track record in this? Is there just one champion, or is the organization actually got multiple people doing the work, right? Because I think that's what I've been looking for. Because I will tell you, I've been working with a couple of schools, and I thought for sure I'd had a great relationship. Teachers and so, but then they go and retire. And they look really young. They're just trying to figure this out. But anyway, and then I found that the next teacher responded was interested in the project. So, you know, I think you just have to do your due diligence. I have, and it isn't guaranteed, no, there's never, there's nothing guaranteed. So, those are the things I would look for, and I do now. In fact, I've got somebody who just approached me about doing something on a particular place again, because I'm hard. And I just, you know, laid it out and said, just you, or is it just you? Maybe why I wasn't. So, yeah, that's the only way. Yes.
Thanks so much for the presentation. So it sounds like these, generally speaking, up to this point, have been community-led, kind of community-driven initiatives that they reach out to your organization and then you facilitate with the public entity.
Yeah, the examples with the Ottawa Stewardship Council have been is that, except for one, we don't really have our own projects. Except for one, okay? So basically what we are is a area of, or a group of people with a knowledge of one, how to work with the city of Ottawa, how to get grants, how to help set up and make it successful, connect them to experts. So essentially we're an incubator. And in fact, we're actually looking at our strategic plan. We've actually got ourselves like we're trying to be an incubator so that we can get other groups to do what we're doing, right? Because right now we can get bottleneck. We just get too many people coming to us with. So that's because of the Ottawa Stewardship Council place. But the other examples were not that way. They were actually like Parklands and the PPI. They are actually carrying out the actual work. Those are just because I'm involved in press. I don't know.
Did that ever in the other direction?
You mean, has the city reached out?
Yeah, or
I don't know the
the
answer.
crown, like, because we get tons of requests for people who want to do volunteer work.
Yes.
And we just absolutely don't have the capacity to manage that.
Well,
Right? So we have to turn them away.
Yeah. Well, this
If
is where
there's an opportunity to have somebody who's had experience, right? That could be interesting.
I don't know if I should speak on that part, because the city has recently, the council has passed this thing called community green initiatives. Because they have exactly the issue that you're raising, which is all these media groups want to do things on city land and they've never had the ability process of people. I believe they're hiring 1 or 2 people to deal with that. They're building resources. There will be resources. And then the idea is they're leverage to take the stewardship coordinators, if you will, and then work with the community and, you know, create these organizations that are doing work in the city land. But it does cost resources from the city's point of view to actually, but hopefully it's a return on investments.
Yeah, we have some resources, like we have a pretty extensive volunteer program in Cattle Park.
Right.
Which is a different
Yeah.
division, right? We don't have that same capacity in Ontario for the Green Belt, for example, but we get a huge amount of interest. Right?
I bet you do.
And I mean, whether we want it to or not, like, you know, with the derecho, you know, there were some trails we were getting to. Obviously, you can't do them all at the same time. We were getting to certain trails, and people had already been out with their chainsaws, creating trails all over the place, right? So for us, we do have the capacity, you know, to manage the group, but in terms of managing the will, the people, the motivation, that's where you're looking at the Greenbelt team, right? So, and we already manage contracts and that kind of stuff. So kind of somebody then able to facilitate that communication is very interesting.
I can give you my contact information.
Please do.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I just want to one of the things I think maybe, did you want the answer to, does the city reach out to help get help? Like, I don't know, does the city do that?
No, we're mostly still in reactive mode, especially when it comes to things like this. Like we have 2 agreements currently for community partners to manage city-owned natural areas. Aside from our agreements with Mississippi Valley or the other conservation areas, like with community-based groups. One of them is with the Friends of the Parklands. One of them is with the Ottawa Mountain Biking Association for the Southern Challenge. We have contemplated that this might be something that we could extend, but again, you have to be very careful who you're partnering with. You have to have trust in them, that they have the capacity, the tenacity, and the knowledge to be able to do it properly.
Well, and are able to stay within the lanes that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the parameters, right? Like,
This is,
we're not looking for somebody to landscape the green belt, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have specific objectives.
yeah, we have lots of people who'd be willing to go up there and do the balls.
Oh, yeah, like, hey, I want to create a mountain bike trail.
Yes, thank you very much.
Actually,
Thank
I wanted to add a question about you.
Yes.
You get my own. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chris. But, and it's on the same thing, and that is that I've observed, you know, and I'm sure many of you have, is that there's been an evolution in the agenda. That, you know, the likes of the Lions Club and the Rotary Club and local service groups has diminished in age and in membership. And that there seems to be a trend, not necessarily an overall decline in volunteerism, but it's a boutique. You know, that people will work on a very specific thing directly related to something that they're interested in, like movie space, biking, whatever the case may be. So do you think that there is that volunteer? I'm hearing from the group that there are a lot of people willing to volunteer, but it's on a that's probably very low to their community.
There's the 3 levels of volunteers. There's the ones that actually want to be part of the organization and help run. Those are goals and they're part of it. Okay. Then there are the ones who want to do a bit more, what we call as associates. So they're not on the board. They don't have to worry about day to day, you know, getting money or anything else, but they want to have a project and they want to be something more. Okay. And then the third level is the accountants. And they want to just feel like they're doing something every now and then that's useful. And those are still extremely valuable people. But you you can actually move some of these people up the chart sometimes, like you can spot them possibly movable. But essentially you end up with the divided category or the greatest number. You still need to engage with them. They'll come out for an interpretive guide on the trail. They'll come out for, you know, these mostly the interpretive guide stuff we do, or they'll come out to learn about pollinators. We've done the pollinator things with the kids. You know, you put kid friendly stuff out. People come up with families. But you know, those are most of the people. With respect to the people who are joining boards, does tend to be older because I find that the younger people, they still play. However, recent Friends of the Carp Hills, we now have two board members who have got children, young children. And it's because they cared enough. They actually live in the Carp Hills and want the right thing for the kids. And that's a approach that to have 2 people with young children. And actually, that's it.
Thank you very much, Janet. Yeah. Okay, and so I'll just give some summary comments here. Well, first of all, thank you to all the speakers today. I really appreciate you offering your time and expertise to the group, and welcome all of you online and in the room. Thank you for, you know, attending today. I hope everybody got something out of it. I certainly learned lots today, and I think, you know, some of the key themes that we heard. Definitely partnerships. Another key would be patience. That some of these things, you know, require a lot of endurance to see through to completion. Obviously, another key would be planning. That, you know, these things take time, and there's often lots of steps involved along the way that we need to, you know, tackle. And so the time to start was yesterday, but today we'll do for that next round now. So with MBTA, I think our next step will be to sort of summarize some of the key themes that we heard here today, and we'll share the PowerPoints with everybody. And maybe come up with, you know, a short list of some thoughts on potential next steps forward. And our hope is over the coming months and years to continue to build this network and have check-ins with each other, and as we, you know, identify different ideas and flesh them out a bit, if there's something works, that we are able to partner with each of you and continue to develop this wonderful network. So I hope you've made friends and exchanged cards. You have everything in, you know, in terms of who all participated. We'll be sharing with you, and we invite you to continue to build these relationships. So thank you everybody for coming today. Wish you a lovely evening. Good morning. Bye.